Welcome to the Sleep Story Haven, your peaceful sanctuary where the whispers of ancient forests meet the gentle rhythm of moonlit shores. Here, time slows to the rhythm of your breathing. Worries dissolve like mist, and your mind finds the peace it's been seeking. Each story is crafted to guide you through enchanted landscapes and tranquil moments, designed to quiet your thoughts and prepare your spirit for deep, restorative sleep. So find your most comfortable position, close your eyes, and let tonight's gentle tale carry you to the peaceful dreams that await. Welcome to your Sleep Story Haven. Take a deep breath and let our story begin. The Sacred Sanctuary, a journey to ancient peace. Chapter 1: The Call of Ancient Stones. The traveler walked slowly along the winding path that curved between ancient olive trees, their silver-green leaves rustling softly in the warm evening breeze. Each footstep seemed to echo with purpose, though the purpose itself remained as gentle as the fading light that painted the Mediterranean sky in shades of rose and gold. The day's heat was beginning to lift from the earth, replaced by the cool whisper of approaching night. And with it came a sense of profound anticipation. Lysander had not planned this journey in the way that most journeys are planned. There had been no careful preparation, no detailed maps studied by lamplight, no provisions gathered with methodical care. Instead, the calling had come to him like a song heard in the distance, like the scent of jasmine carried on an unexpected wind. One morning, he had simply awakened knowing that he must travel to the ancient sanctuary that his grandmother had described in stories told by the hearth when he was but a child. The path beneath his feet was worn smooth by countless pilgrims who had walked this way before him, their steps creating a rhythm that seemed to pulse with the heartbeat of the earth itself. Here and there, wildflowers bloomed in scattered clusters, white cyclamen with their delicate, reflexed petals, purple anemones that nodded in the breeze, and tiny daisies that caught the last light of day like fallen stars. The air was filled with the mingled fragrances of wild herbs, oregano and thyme, rosemary and sage, each breath bringing with it a sense of homecoming to a place he had never seen. As he walked, Lysander felt the tensions of his daily life beginning to loosen their grip upon his shoulders. The worries that had followed him like shadows seemed to grow lighter with each step, as if the very stones of the path were drawing away his burdens. His breathing deepened naturally, falling into rhythm with his footsteps, and he found himself moving with a grace that felt both foreign and familiar. The olive trees grew denser as he progressed, their gnarled trunks twisted into shapes that spoke of centuries of wind and sun, of seasons of plenty and seasons of drought. Some were so ancient that their centers had become hollow, creating natural alcoves where small shrines had been placed by other pilgrims. Lysander paused at one such tree, its trunk worn smooth by countless hands, and placed his palm against the cool bark. The wood seemed to pulse with a life that was both ancient and eternal, and he felt a deep sense of connection to all those who had touched this same tree, seeking the same peace that now called to him. The light continued to fade as he walked, but there was no urgency in his movement. The path was clear, marked by small stone cairns that had been placed at regular intervals, each one carefully balanced and perfectly aligned. As the stars began to appear in the darkening sky, Lysander noticed that the cairns seemed to catch and reflect their light, creating a gentle illumination that made the way forward clear and inviting. A nightingale began to sing in one of the olive trees, its liquid notes cascading through the cooling air like drops of pure music. The sound seemed to call to something deep within Lysander's chest, a longing that he had carried for so long that he had almost forgotten it was there. It was a longing for peace, for rest, for a sense of belonging that transcended the boundaries of time and place. As he continued walking, other sounds began to join the nightingale's song. The soft whisper of wind through leaves, the distant murmur of a stream, the gentle rustle of small creatures moving through the underbrush. Each sound seemed to add another layer to a symphony of tranquility that was building around him, within him, through him. The path began to climb gently, winding up the side of a hill that was covered with wild lavender. The scent was intoxicating, filling his lungs with each breath and seeming to calm his very soul. As he climbed, Lysander noticed that his steps were becoming lighter, as if the earth itself was helping to carry him forward. The physical effort of walking seemed to dissolve, replaced by a sensation of floating, of being supported by something larger than himself. At the crest of the hill, he paused to rest on a stone bench that had been placed there by some thoughtful soul. The bench was worn smooth by weather and time, and as he sat upon it, Lysander felt as though he was being embraced by the accumulated peace of all who had rested there before him. From this vantage point, he could see the path continuing down the other side of the hill, disappearing into a grove of cypress trees that stood like dark sentinels against the star-filled sky. The moon was beginning to rise, a silver crescent that seemed to smile down upon the peaceful landscape. Its light transformed everything it touched, turning the olive leaves to silver, the stone path to a ribbon of pearl, the distant hills to gentle shadows that seemed to breathe with the rhythm of sleep itself. Lysander closed his eyes and listened to the night sounds around him, the soft hoot of an owl, the whisper of wind through the cypress trees, the distant splash of water over stones. When he opened his eyes again, he noticed a soft glow emanating from somewhere beyond the cypress grove. It was not the harsh light of fire or lamp, but something softer, more ethereal, like moonlight given form and substance. The glow seemed to pulse gently, like a heartbeat, and Lysander knew without doubt that this was the light of the sanctuary he sought. Rising from the bench with renewed purpose, he began the gentle descent into the cypress grove. The trees stood in perfect rows, their dark branches reaching toward the stars like arms raised in eternal prayer. The air beneath their canopy was cool and still, filled with the resinous scent of their bark and the faint fragrance of night-blooming flowers that he could not see, but could sense all around him. As he walked between the cypress trees, Lysander felt a profound sense of protection, as if the ancient guardians of this place were watching over him, ensuring his safe passage to the sanctuary beyond. The path beneath his feet was carpeted with fallen needles that muffled his footsteps, creating a silence so complete that he could hear the gentle rhythm of his own heartbeat, the soft whisper of air entering and leaving his lungs. The glow grew brighter as he progressed, and gradually he began to make out the source of the light. Ahead of him, beyond the last row of cypress trees, stood the most beautiful structure he had ever seen. It was a temple built of white marble that seemed to glow with its own inner light, its columns rising like pillars of moonbeam toward a roof that appeared to be supported by the very stars themselves. The temple was surrounded by gardens that seemed to exist in a state of eternal spring. Flowers bloomed in abundance, roses and jasmine, lavender and myrtle, their fragrances mingling in the night air to create a perfume that was both intoxicating and deeply peaceful. Fruit trees heavy with olives, figs, and pomegranates stood in orderly rows, their branches swaying gently in the soft breeze that seemed to emanate from the temple itself. As Lysander emerged from the cypress grove and stepped onto the marble path that led to the temple steps, he felt a profound sense of arrival. Not just the physical arrival at his destination, but something deeper, a sense of coming home to a place that his soul had always known, had always longed for, had always remembered in the deepest recesses of his being. The marble beneath his feet was warm despite the coolness of the night, and as he walked toward the temple steps, he noticed that the stone was carved with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and dance in the moonlight. Spirals and waves, leaves and flowers, all flowing together in a design that spoke of the interconnectedness of all things, the eternal dance of life and death, growth and rest, seeking and finding. At the base of the temple steps, Lysander paused to remove his sandals, knowing instinctively that this was a sacred space that must be approached with reverence and humility. The marble was cool and smooth beneath his bare feet, and as he began to climb the steps, he felt each one bringing him closer, not just to the temple, but to a deeper understanding of himself and his place in the great web of existence. The temple columns loomed above him, their surfaces carved with figures that seemed to move and breathe in the flickering light. Gods and goddesses, mortals and immortals, all frozen in moments of eternal grace and beauty. As he passed between the columns and entered the temple proper, Lysander felt the weight of ages settling around him like a comfortable blanket. The accumulated wisdom and peace of centuries flowing through his being like water through a dry riverbed. The interior of the temple was vast and airy, its ceiling lost in shadows that seemed to stretch toward infinity. Pools of water reflected the moonlight that streamed through openings in the roof, creating patterns of light and shadow that danced across the marble floor. The air was filled with the scent of incense, sandalwood, and myrrh, frankincense, and rose, burning in braziers that seemed to be tended by invisible hands. In the center of the temple stood an altar carved from a single piece of white marble, its surface polished to a mirror-like finish that reflected the stars visible through the ceiling above. Upon the altar sat a simple clay vessel filled with water from a sacred spring, its surface so still that it seemed like a window into another world, a world of perfect peace and endless tranquility. Lysander approached the altar slowly, his bare feet making no sound on the marble floor. As he drew near, he could see his reflection in the water, but it was not quite the reflection he expected. The face that looked back at him was his own, yet somehow transformed, as if the cares and worries that had marked his features were being gently washed away by the very act of being in this sacred space. He knelt before the altar, his hands resting on the cool marble, and for the first time in longer than he could remember, Lysander felt truly at peace. The journey that had brought him here seemed to fade into insignificance, replaced by a sense of eternal presence, of being exactly where he was meant to be, exactly when he was meant to be there. The temple around him seemed to pulse with a gentle rhythm, like the breathing of some vast, sleeping deity. The pools of water rippled without wind. The incense smoke curled in patterns that seemed to tell stories of ancient wisdom, and the very air seemed to shimmer with a peace that transcended understanding. As Lysander knelt there in the silence, he became aware of a presence beside him. Not a physical presence, but something deeper, more fundamental, the presence of all those who had come before him. all those who had sought the same peace, the same rest, the same restoration that he now felt beginning to flow through his very bones. The night deepened around the temple, but within its walls, time seemed to have no meaning. Lysander remained kneeling before the altar, his breathing slow and deep, his heart beating in rhythm with the eternal pulse of the sacred space. The moonlight continued to stream through the openings in the roof, creating an ever-changing pattern of light and shadow that seemed to dance with the very essence of peace itself. And in that moment, surrounded by the accumulated tranquility of ages, Lysander understood that his journey was not ending, but beginning. The temple was not a destination, but a doorway, not a place to visit, but a state of being to inhabit. The peace he had come seeking was not something to be found, but something to be remembered. Not something outside himself, but something that had always been within him, waiting patiently for him to return home. The night wind whispered through the columns, carrying with it the scent of jasmine and the promise of deeper mysteries yet to be revealed. And Lysander, kneeling before the altar in the temple of eternal peace, felt his soul beginning to unfold like a flower opening to the light of dawn, ready to receive whatever gifts the ancient sanctuary had to offer. Chapter 2: The Garden of Whispered Memories. As the first light of dawn began to filter through the cypress trees, Lysander felt a gentle stirring within his chest, like the awakening of something that had long slumbered. He had remained kneeling before the altar throughout the night, but rather than feeling stiff or uncomfortable, his body felt more supple and alive than it had in years. The marble beneath his knees had grown warm, as if the stone itself was breathing with the rhythm of his own breath. The temple around him began to transform with the coming of dawn. The shadows that had pooled in the corners retreated slowly, revealing details that had been hidden in the night. The walls were covered with murals painted in soft, luminous colors, scenes of ancient processions, of pilgrims like himself seeking peace, of gods and mortals sharing the same sacred spaces in harmony and reverence. As the light grew stronger, Lysander became aware of a sound that he had not noticed before. The gentle trickle of water somewhere beyond the main chamber of the temple, rising slowly from his kneeling position. He felt his legs respond with a grace and ease that surprised him. The night spent in meditation had not weakened him, but had somehow restored a youthful flexibility to his limbs. Following the sound of water, he walked through an archway at the far end of the temple and found himself in a garden that took his breath away. It was enclosed by walls of the same white marble as the temple, but these walls were covered with climbing vines heavy with grapes and jasmine. The air was thick with the perfume of flowers and the green scent of growing things, creating an atmosphere of such lush tranquility that Lysander felt as though he had stepped into a living dream. At the center of the garden was a fountain carved from rose-colored marble, its basin filled with water so clear that it seemed like liquid crystal. The water bubbled up from the center in a gentle, continuous flow, creating a sound like soft laughter that seemed to carry with it the memory of every joy that had ever been experienced in this sacred place. Around the fountain, paths of white stone wound through beds of flowers that bloomed in impossible profusion. Roses of every color imaginable climbed the walls and spilled over onto the paths. Deep red roses that spoke of passion transformed into peace. White roses that whispered of purity and new beginnings. Pink roses that carried the gentle warmth of love, given freely. Between the roses, other flowers bloomed in perfect harmony. Lavender that filled the air with its calming fragrance. Rosemary that sharpened the mind while soothing the spirit. And thyme that carried the promise of healing and restoration. Lysander walked slowly along the paths, his bare feet finding the warm stone comfortable and welcoming. As he moved through the garden, he noticed that the flowers seemed to respond to his presence, their colors becoming more vivid, their fragrances more intense. It was as if the garden itself was awakening to greet him, welcoming him as a friend long awaited. In one corner of the garden, beneath a tree heavy with ripe figs, he found a small stone bench carved with symbols that he could not read, but somehow understood. The symbols spoke of rest, of peace, of the cycle of seasons that brought renewal to all living things. As he sat upon the bench, Lysander felt the accumulated weariness of years beginning to lift from his shoulders like morning mist, dissipating in the warmth of the sun. The fig tree above him rustled gently in the morning breeze. And as he looked up, he saw that the leaves were not just green, but seemed to shimmer with all the colors of dawn, gold and rose, silver and pale blue. The fruit hung heavy on the branches, and the sweet scent of ripening figs mingled with the other fragrances of the garden to create a perfume that was both intoxicating and deeply peaceful. As he sat beneath the fig tree, Lysander became aware of a presence moving through the garden. It was not the sudden awareness of an intruder, but the gentle recognition of someone who belonged in this place as naturally as the flowers belonged in the soil. Looking up, he saw a figure approaching along one of the winding paths. An elderly woman dressed in simple robes of undyed linen. Her silver hair crowned with a wreath of olive branches. The woman's face was lined with the marks of great age, but her eyes held the clarity and depth of mountain springs. She moved with the unhurried grace of one who has learned to find peace in every moment. And as she drew near, Lysander felt a profound sense of recognition, as if he had been waiting for her all his life. "Welcome, my child," she said, her voice like the whisper of wind through wheat fields. "I am Althea, keeper of this sacred garden. I have been tending these paths for more years than the memory of mortals can hold, and I have been waiting for you." Lysander started to speak, to ask how she could have been waiting for him when he had not known himself that he was coming. But Althea raised a gentle hand to forestall his questions. "The garden remembers all who seek peace," she said, settling beside him on the stone bench with the natural ease of one who has made peace with the passage of time. "It remembers their faces, their hearts, their deepest longings, and you, dear one, have been walking toward this place for far longer than you know." As she spoke, Althea reached into a fold of her robe and withdrew a small clay cup, which she dipped into a pool of water that fed the fountain. The water that emerged was not the clear liquid he had expected, but something that seemed to glow with its own inner light, tinged with the colors of sunrise. "Drink," she said, offering him the cup. "This is water from the spring of memory, which rises from the depths of the earth where the oldest dreams are born. It will help you remember what you came here to find." Lysander took the cup with hands that trembled slightly, not from fear, but from a kind of reverent anticipation. The water was cool against his lips, but as he drank, he felt a warmth spreading through his chest, flowing outward through his limbs like liquid sunlight. The taste was indescribable, like the memory of every pure moment he had ever experienced, distilled into its essential essence. As the water flowed through him, Lysander felt his awareness beginning to expand. The garden around him seemed to grow more vivid, more alive, as if he was seeing it for the first time with eyes that had been newly opened. The colors of the flowers became more intense, the fragrances more complex. The very air itself seemed to shimmer with possibilities he had never imagined. "The garden holds many secrets," Althea said, her voice seeming to come from very far away, even though she sat beside him. "Each flower, each stone, each breath of wind carries with it the wisdom of those who have walked these paths before you. Some came seeking healing, others came seeking understanding. All found what they needed, though not always what they expected." As she spoke, Lysander began to see figures moving through the garden, translucent forms that seemed to be made of light and memory. They were the pilgrims who had come before him. He realized their presence preserved in this sacred space, like flowers pressed between the pages of an ancient book. They moved with the same unhurried grace that he had felt growing within himself, tending the flowers, sitting in meditation beside the fountain, walking the winding paths in contemplation of mysteries that transcended the boundaries of mortal understanding. "Do not be afraid," Althea said, noticing his wonder. "They are not ghosts, but memories given form by the love they felt for this place. The garden remembers all who have found peace within its walls, and their joy becomes part of the eternal tranquility that you feel even now growing within your heart." One of the luminous figures approached them, a young woman with flowers in her hair and eyes that held the depth of still waters. She smiled at Lysander with infinite kindness, then knelt beside one of the flower beds and began to tend the roses with hands that seemed to be made of gentle light. Where she touched the flowers, they bloomed more brightly, their colors becoming more vivid, their fragrances more intense. "Sophia," Althea said softly. "She came here many years ago, carrying a burden of grief that threatened to consume her spirit. The garden taught her that grief, like all emotions, is part of the great cycle of life, and that peace comes not from avoiding sorrow, but from learning to hold it gently, like a flower that blooms and fades in its proper season." As Lysander watched, more figures appeared throughout the garden. An old man with gentle eyes who sat beside the fountain, trailing his fingers in the water and humming a melody that seemed to make the very air vibrate with harmony. A young boy who ran laughing between the flower beds, his joy so pure and infectious that the flowers seemed to dance in response to his presence. A woman with silver hair who gathered herbs with the practiced movements of one who understood their healing properties. Each of them found what they needed, Althea continued, and in finding peace, they became part of the peace that this place offers to all who seek it. Their stories are woven into the very fabric of the garden, and their wisdom is available to any who have the eyes to see and the heart to understand. The sun was climbing higher now, its light filtering through the leaves of the fig tree in patterns that shifted and danced like living things. Lysander felt the warmth on his skin, but it was more than physical warmth. It was the warmth of belonging, of being exactly where he was meant to be. "What is it that you seek?" Althea asked, though her tone suggested that she already knew the answer. "What burden do you carry that brought you to this sacred place?" Lysander considered the question, and as he did, he felt the weight of his daily life settling briefly on his shoulders again. The constant rush, the endless demands, the feeling of being always behind, always catching up, never quite able to rest. But here in the garden, surrounded by the gentle presence of those who had found peace, the weight felt different somehow. Not lighter exactly, but more manageable, like a burden that could be set down for a while. "I seek rest," he said finally. "Not just sleep, but true rest. The kind of peace that goes deeper than the surface of things, deeper than the temporary quiet that comes at the end of a busy day. I seek the kind of rest that heals, that restores, that makes it possible to face the world with a heart that is truly at peace. Althea nodded, as if his words confirmed something she had long suspected. The deepest rest, she said, comes not from the absence of movement, but from the presence of harmony. The garden can teach you this, if you are willing to learn. She rose from the bench with the fluid grace of one who had found perfect balance between effort and ease, and gestured for him to follow. Together, they walked deeper into the garden, past beds of flowers that seemed to glow with their own inner light, past trees heavy with fruit that perfumed the air with the promise of nourishment, past pools of water that reflected not just the sky above, but something deeper, something that spoke of the eternal wellspring from which all life flows. The garden grows in cycles, Althea explained as they walked. Each season brings its own gifts, its own lessons, its own form of beauty. In spring, there is the explosive joy of new growth, the irrepressible energy of life returning to the world. In summer, there is the deep satisfaction of maturity, the fulfillment of promises made in the darkness of winter. In autumn, there is the gentle melancholy of harvest, the wisdom that comes from understanding that all things must change. And in winter, there is the profound peace of rest, the deep knowing that in stillness, new life is always being born. As she spoke, Lysander noticed that the garden around them seemed to shift subtly, showing him glimpses of each season she described. He saw the same beds of flowers in different stages of their cycles, the tender green shoots of spring, the full bloom of summer, the rich colors of autumn, the serene dormancy of winter. But rather than seeing them as separate states, he began to understand them as part of a single, eternal dance. Each season flowing into the next with the inevitability and grace of the tide. The secret of true rest, Althea continued, is to find the place within yourself where all seasons exist simultaneously. The part of you that is always blooming, always harvesting, always sleeping, always being reborn. This is the place where peace lives, not as the absence of activity, but as the perfect balance of all activities, the still point around which the wheel of life turns. They had come to a part of the garden that Lysander had not seen before, where the paths formed a spiral that wound inward toward a center that was hidden from view by carefully planted shrubs and flowers. The spiral was marked by stones that had been worn smooth by countless feet. And as they began to walk it, Lysander felt his breath beginning to deepen and slow in rhythm with his steps. This is the labyrinth of seasons, Althea said. It has been here since the garden was first planted, in the time when gods and mortals shared the same earth, when the boundary between the seen and unseen was thin as morning mist. Walking the labyrinth is a meditation in itself, a way of moving inward toward the center of peace that exists within all things. As they walked the spiral path, Lysander felt the cares and concerns of his daily life beginning to fall away like leaves in autumn. Each step seemed to take him deeper into himself, into a place of calm that he had forgotten existed. The flowers that lined the path seemed to whisper to him as he passed, their voices like the memory of lullabies sung in childhood, carrying messages of comfort and hope that penetrated to the very core of his being. The path spiraled inward for what felt like hours, though the sun seemed to remain in the same position in the sky, as if time itself had decided to pause and rest in this sacred space. With each turn of the spiral, Lysander felt himself sinking deeper into a state of profound tranquility, his mind growing quieter, his heart beating in rhythm with some vast, eternal pulse that seemed to underlie all existence. At the center of the labyrinth, they found a circular space carpeted with soft grass and surrounded by trees whose branches formed a natural canopy overhead. In the center of the circle was a small pool of water, its surface so still that it seemed like a mirror made of liquid starlight. Beside the pool grew a single tree, its trunk silver white, and its leaves a shade of green so pure and luminous that they seemed to glow with their own inner light. "The tree of eternal seasons," Althea said, her voice filled with reverence. Its roots reach down to the very heart of the earth, and its branches touch the stars. It is always spring in its uppermost branches, always summer in its full canopy, always autumn in its lower reaches, and always winter in its roots. It is the living embodiment of the truth that all things exist in perfect balance, if we only have the wisdom to see. Lysander approached the tree with a sense of awe that was almost overwhelming. As he drew near, he could feel the life force that flowed through it, a current of energy so pure and powerful that it seemed to resonate with every cell in his body. The tree's presence was like a vast, benevolent consciousness that had been waiting patiently for him to arrive, ready to share its ancient wisdom with any who approached it with an open heart. At the base of the tree, the roots formed a natural seat, and Lysander found himself settling into it as if he had been born to rest in this particular spot. The bark was warm against his back, and as he leaned into it, he felt the tree's strength and stability flowing into him, grounding him in a way that made him feel connected to the earth itself. "Rest now," Althea said, her voice seeming to come from the tree itself. "Let the peace of this place flow through you. Let the wisdom of the seasons teach you the secret of true rest. Sleep if you must, dream if you will. But know that you are held in the embrace of something far greater than yourself, something that has been waiting for you to come home." As Lysander closed his eyes, he felt the boundaries between himself and the garden beginning to dissolve. He was the tree, ancient and eternal, feeling the slow passage of seasons through his branches. He was the water in the pool, reflecting the sky and stars with perfect clarity. He was the flowers, opening and closing in rhythm with the sun and moon. He was the earth itself, patient and nurturing, supporting all life with unconditional love. And in that moment of perfect unity, Lysander understood what Althea had meant about the place where all seasons exist simultaneously. It was not a physical place, but a state of being, a way of existing in harmony with the natural cycles of life. It was the understanding that rest was not the opposite of activity, but its perfect complement. That peace was not the absence of change, but the presence of acceptance. That true tranquility came not from avoiding the storms of life, but from finding the still center within himself that could weather any storm. As this understanding flowed through him, Lysander felt a profound transformation beginning to take place. The restlessness that had driven him to seek this place was not disappearing, but was being transformed into a different kind of energy, a peaceful vitality that could sustain itself without consuming itself, a way of being that was both dynamic and still, both engaged and detached. The garden around him seemed to pulse with approval, and he felt the presence of all the pilgrims who had found peace in this place, surrounding him like a gentle embrace. Their stories became his stories. Their wisdom became his wisdom. Their peace became his peace. And in that moment of perfect unity with the eternal tranquility of the sacred garden, Lysander felt his soul beginning to remember what it had always known, that he was not separate from the peace he sought, but was an integral part of it, and it was an integral part of him. The tree of eternal seasons rustled its leaves in the gentle breeze, and the sound was like the whisper of the universe itself, speaking words of comfort and hope that would echo in Lysander's heart for the rest of his days. Chapter 3: The Chambers of Silent Reflection. When Lysander opened his eyes, the light had changed. The golden warmth of afternoon sun filtered through the leaves of the tree of eternal seasons, casting dancing shadows that seemed to move with the rhythm of his own breathing. He felt as though he had been sleeping for hours, yet also as if no time had passed at all. The rest he had found, while leaning against the ancient tree, had been different from any sleep he had ever known, deeper, more restorative, filled with dreams that felt more real than waking life. Althea was still there, sitting cross-legged on the soft grass beside the still pool, her hands resting in her lap in a gesture of perfect repose. She seemed to be meditating, but as Lysander stirred, she opened her eyes and smiled at him with the warmth of someone greeting a beloved friend after a long journey. "The tree has given you a gift," she said softly. "I can see it in your eyes. The peace that comes from understanding that rest is not something you must earn or achieve, but something you must simply remember how to allow." Lysander sat up slowly, marveling at how refreshed he felt. His body was loose and relaxed, but there was also a vitality flowing through him that he had not experienced in years. It was as if the tree had somehow restored something essential that he had lost without even realizing it was gone. "There is more to discover," Althea continued, rising gracefully to her feet. "The garden is only the beginning. The sanctuary holds many chambers, each one designed to teach a different aspect of the peace you seek. Are you ready to continue your journey inward?" Lysander nodded, though part of him felt he could happily remain in the garden forever, resting beneath the tree of eternal seasons, listening to the whisper of leaves and the gentle murmur of water. But he understood that his pilgrimage was not complete, that there were deeper mysteries waiting to be revealed. Following Althea, he walked back through the labyrinth of seasons, but this time the path seemed different. The spiral that had led them inward now led them outward with equal grace. And Lysander found that walking it in reverse was not a retreat, but a different kind of progress, a way of carrying the peace of the center back into the world. As they emerged from the labyrinth, Althea led him to a part of the garden he had not seen before. Hidden behind a screen of flowering vines was a doorway carved from a single block of marble, its surface covered with symbols that seemed to shift and change as he looked at them. The symbols spoke of silence, of depth, of the profound peace that comes from turning inward toward the source of all tranquility. Beyond this door lie the chambers of silent reflection, Althea explained. They were carved from the living rock of the mountain, each one attuned to a different quality of silence. In the world beyond this sanctuary, silence is often seen as the absence of sound. But here you will learn that true silence is not empty, but full of the presence of peace itself. She placed her hand on the door, and it swung open without a sound, revealing a corridor that stretched away into soft darkness. The walls were carved from stone that seemed to glow with its own inner light. And the air was so still that Lysander could hear his own heartbeat as clearly as if it were a drum echoing in a vast cathedral. In the first chamber, Althea said as they walked along the corridor, you will learn the silence of the body, the deep quiet that comes when the physical self is perfectly at rest. When every muscle is relaxed, every breath is effortless, every heartbeat is in harmony with the rhythm of the earth itself. The first chamber was a circular room with walls of smooth, rose-colored stone that seemed to radiate warmth. In the center of the room was a pool of water heated by springs that rose from deep within the earth. its surface sending up gentle wisps of steam that carried the scent of minerals and ancient stone. Around the pool, cushions of soft wool had been arranged, each one positioned to catch the soft light that filtered down from openings in the ceiling above. "The healing waters," Althea said, her voice echoing softly in the circular space. "They rise from the deepest places of the earth, where the planet's own life force flows in currents of fire and stone. The water carries the memory of the earth's formation, the patient strength of mountains, the enduring peace of the deepest places where no storms can reach." Lysander approached the pool, and as he drew near, he could feel the warmth rising from the water like an embrace. The surface was perfectly still, reflecting the soft light from above. And as he looked into its depths, he saw not just his own reflection, but something deeper, a sense of connection to the earth itself, to the vast processes that had shaped the mountain and the stone, the water and the air. "Enter the water," Althea said gently. "Let it support you, let it warm you, let it teach your body what it means to be truly at rest." Lysander removed his simple tunic and stepped into the pool. The water was exactly the temperature of his own body, so perfectly matched that he could not tell where his skin ended and the water began. As he lowered himself into the pool, he felt every muscle in his body beginning to relax in ways he had forgotten were possible. Tensions that he had carried for so long that they had become part of his normal state melted away like snow in spring sunshine. The water seemed to cradle him, supporting his weight so completely that he felt as though he was floating in liquid warmth. The mineral-rich springs had properties that went beyond mere physical comfort. They seemed to penetrate to the very core of his being, dissolving knots of stress and worry that had taken root in places he had never known existed. As he floated in the healing waters, Lysander became aware of his breathing slowing and deepening. Each exhale seemed to carry away another layer of tension. Each inhale brought in something pure and restorative. The gentle warmth of the water seemed to synchronize with his heartbeat, creating a rhythm that was both deeply personal and universally peaceful. "This is the silence of the body," Althea said, her voice seeming to come from the walls themselves. "When the physical form is perfectly at rest, when every cell is bathed in warmth and comfort, when the boundaries between self and not self begin to dissolve. Let yourself sink deeper into this peace. Let your body remember what it was like before it learned to carry the weight of the world." Time seemed to lose all meaning as Lysander floated in the healing pool. He might have been there for minutes or hours. It made no difference. The warm water held him in an embrace that was both maternal and eternal, and he felt himself sinking into levels of physical relaxation that he had never imagined possible. Gradually, he became aware that his consciousness was beginning to expand beyond the boundaries of his physical form. He could feel the circulation of the water around him, the way it flowed in gentle currents that seemed to follow patterns older than human memory. He could sense the life force of the earth itself flowing up through the springs, carrying with it the accumulated peace of geological ages. When he finally emerged from the pool, his body felt transformed. The water ran off his skin like liquid light. And as he dried himself with the soft cloths that Althea provided, he marveled at how different he felt. His limbs moved with a grace and ease that reminded him of his youth. But there was also something else, a sense of being perfectly embodied, perfectly present in his physical form, in a way that was both comfortable and sacred. The body is the temple of the soul, Althea said, as she led him from the first chamber deeper into the mountain. When it is truly at peace, it becomes a gateway to deeper mysteries. The next chamber will teach you the silence of the heart, the profound quiet that comes when the emotions are in perfect balance, when love flows freely without attachment, when the heart knows itself to be connected to the heart of all existence. The second chamber was different from the first, where the first had been circular and warm. This one was oval-shaped and filled with soft, cooling light that seemed to come from the walls themselves. The stone here was a pale blue-green, like the color of shallow seas, and the air was scented with jasmine and rose. In the center of the chamber was a fountain unlike any Lysander had ever seen. The fountain was carved from white marble, but its form was so graceful and flowing that it seemed more like a flower than a human creation. Water flowed from its center in a gentle cascade that created music as it fell, not the random splash of ordinary water, but a melody so beautiful and complex that it seemed to speak directly to the heart. The sound was like the voice of love itself made audible, carrying within it the memory of every tender moment that had ever existed. Around the fountain, crystals had been placed at specific intervals: rose quartz and green aventurine, amethyst and clear quartz, each one chosen for its ability to harmonize the emotional energies of the heart. The crystals caught the light from the walls and refracted it into soft rainbows that danced through the chamber like living things. "Sit beside the fountain," Althea said, gesturing to a cushion placed near the water's edge. "Let its music wash over you. Let it remind your heart of its true nature, not as the seat of emotional turbulence, but as the center of infinite love and compassion." As Lysander settled onto the cushion, he felt the music of the fountain beginning to work its way into his chest. The sound seemed to vibrate at exactly the frequency of his own heartbeat. And gradually, he felt his heart beginning to open in ways that were both profound and gentle. Old griefs that he had carried for years began to surface, not as painful memories, but as tender acknowledgments of love that had been given and received. The fountain's song seemed to carry these emotions upward and outward, transforming them from personal experiences into universal truths. The loss of loved ones became a celebration of the love that transcends death. Disappointments became lessons in the impermanence of all earthly things. Fears became opportunities to trust in the essential goodness of existence. The heart, Althea said, her voice blending with the music of the fountain, is like a garden that has been planted with seeds of every emotion. Joy and sorrow, love and fear, hope and despair, all grow together in the fertile soil of human experience. The silence of the heart comes not from uprooting the difficult emotions, but from learning to see them all as part of the same beautiful garden. As she spoke, Lysander began to see images in the dancing patterns of light reflected from the crystals. He saw his own life spread out before him like a tapestry, every thread of experience woven together into a pattern of extraordinary beauty. The painful moments were there, but they no longer dominated the picture. Instead, they provided depth and contrast that made the beautiful moments shine even more brightly. He saw the people he had loved, both those who were still alive and those who had passed beyond the veil of mortality. In the fountain's music, he could hear their voices, not as memories, but as living presences that continued to exist in the timeless realm of the heart. Their love was not diminished by death or distance, but had become part of the eternal song that the fountain sang. Tears began to flow down Lysander's cheeks, but they were not tears of sadness. They were tears of recognition, of coming home to a truth he had always known, but had somehow forgotten. He was not alone, had never been alone, could never be alone, because he was connected to every heart that had ever loved, every soul that had ever sought peace, every being that had ever known the touch of compassion. The fountain's music seemed to grow more complex as his understanding deepened, adding new harmonies and melodies that spoke of the interconnectedness of all things. He could hear in its song the heartbeat of mothers holding their children, the sighs of lovers reunited after long separation, the laughter of friends sharing joy, the gentle breathing of all beings as they slept in peace. This is the silence of the heart, Althea said. Not the absence of feeling, but the presence of such complete love that all emotions are held in perfect balance. When the heart is truly quiet, it becomes a clear lake that reflects the infinite sky of love that surrounds all existence. The time in the second chamber passed like a gentle dream, filled with the music of the fountain and the soft play of rainbow light. When Althea finally gestured for him to rise and continue their journey, Lysander felt as though his heart had been washed clean by tears of pure love, polished until it shone like a mirror, filled with a peace so profound that it seemed to radiate outward from his chest in waves of warmth and light. "The third chamber," Althea said as they walked deeper into the mountain, "will teach you the silence of the mind, the profound quiet that comes when the endless chatter of thoughts gives way to the vast stillness that underlies all consciousness. This is perhaps the most challenging silence to master, for the mind is like a restless monkey, always jumping from branch to branch, always seeking something new to grasp." The third chamber was the largest they had yet entered, its ceiling disappearing into darkness high above their heads. The walls were carved from deep blue stone that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, creating an atmosphere of profound depth and mystery. The floor was covered with soft sand that had been raked into intricate patterns, spirals and waves, circles and lines that seemed to flow together in a design that was both infinitely complex and perfectly simple. In the center of the chamber was a pool of water so still that its surface was like black glass. Above the pool, suspended from the invisible ceiling, hung a single crystal of extraordinary size and clarity. The crystal slowly rotated, catching what little light there was, and sending it dancing across the walls in patterns that were ever-changing, yet somehow eternal. "The pool of reflection," Althea said, her voice echoing in the vast space. "Its water is so pure that it reflects not just the physical form, but the very essence of consciousness itself. The crystal above it has been hanging here since the sanctuary was first created, slowly turning with the movement of the earth itself, reminding us that all things are in constant motion while remaining perfectly centered." Around the pool, meditation cushions had been placed at regular intervals. Lysander chose one and settled into a comfortable position, his legs crossed, his hands resting gently in his lap. As he looked into the still water of the pool, he saw his own reflection looking back at him, but it was different from the reflection he had seen in the healing springs. This reflection seemed to show not just his physical appearance, but the very quality of his consciousness. And what he saw, there was a mind that was already beginning to settle into stillness. "Watch the crystal," Althea said, settling onto her own cushion across the pool from him. "Let its movement become the focus of your attention. Do not try to stop your thoughts. Simply let them pass through your awareness like clouds passing through the sky. The crystal will help anchor your attention in the present moment, in the eternal now where true peace resides." Lysander fixed his gaze on the slowly turning crystal, and gradually he felt his mind beginning to settle. At first, thoughts continued to arise, memories of the journey that had brought him here, plans for what he might do when he returned to the world, questions about the nature of the sanctuary and its mysteries. But instead of following these thoughts or fighting them, he simply observed them, letting them pass through his awareness without attachment. The crystal's slow rotation seemed to draw his attention deeper and deeper into the present moment. Each facet caught the light differently as it turned, creating an ever-changing display of color and brilliance that was hypnotic in its beauty. As he watched, Lysander felt his awareness beginning to expand, encompassing not just the crystal, but the entire chamber, the mountain around it, the night sky above. Gradually, the thoughts that had been flowing through his mind began to slow and space themselves farther apart. Instead of the constant stream of mental chatter that he was accustomed to, there were moments of perfect stillness, gaps between thoughts where his consciousness rested in pure awareness, untouched by the endless commentary of the mind. In these moments of stillness, Lysander began to perceive something that he had never noticed before, a vast silence that seemed to underlie all existence. It was not an empty silence, but a pregnant one, full of infinite possibilities, like the silence before music begins, or the pause between heartbeats. It was the silence from which all thoughts arose, and to which they returned, the background of consciousness itself. This is the silence of the mind. Althea's voice came to him as if from a great distance, though she sat only a few feet away. The vast stillness that is your true nature, the awareness that observes all thoughts but is touched by none of them. When you rest in this silence, you discover that you are not your thoughts, but the space in which thoughts appear and disappear. As the meditation deepened, Lysander felt himself sinking into levels of stillness that were beyond anything he had ever imagined. The boundaries between himself and his surroundings seemed to dissolve completely. He was the crystal, slowly turning in the eternal dance of existence. He was the pool, reflecting all things with perfect clarity. He was the chamber itself, vast and still, and filled with the accumulated silence of ages. In this state of expanded awareness, insights began to arise spontaneously, not as thoughts, but as direct knowing. He understood that the peace he had been seeking was not something that could be found or achieved, but was the very ground of his being. It was not a state that came and went, but the constant backdrop against which all experience unfolded. It was not something separate from himself, but the very essence of what he was. The crystal continued to turn above the still pool, and in its faceted surface Lysander saw reflected not just light, but the very nature of consciousness itself, multifaceted, ever-changing in its expressions, yet always essentially the same brilliant clarity. He understood that his own awareness was like that crystal, capable of reflecting infinite possibilities while remaining essentially unchanged by any of them. Time ceased to have any meaning in the deep silence of the third chamber. Lysander might have sat in meditation for minutes or hours or days. It made no difference. He had found the place that exists outside of time, the eternal now where past and future dissolve into the infinite presence of pure being. When awareness of the chamber finally returned to him, it was with a sense of having traveled to the very source of existence and back again. The silence he had touched was not just personal, but universal. The silence from which all sound emerges, the stillness from which all movement flows, the peace that passeth understanding, because it is the very ground of understanding itself. Althea smiled at him across the pool, and he could see in her eyes that she knew exactly where he had been. "You have touched the silence of the mind," she said gently, "the awareness that you are, in your deepest essence, not the one who thinks, but the one who knows, not the one who seeks, but the one who has always been found." As they rose from their meditation cushions and prepared to leave the third chamber, Lysander felt as though he was carrying something precious within him, not as a possession, but as a remembrance. The silence he had discovered was not something that could be lost, because it was not separate from himself. It was the very fabric of his being, always present, always available, always offering its infinite peace to any who learned to recognize it. "There is one more chamber," Althea said, as they walked toward the entrance to the deeper mysteries. "The chamber of unity, where all the silences of body, heart, and mind merge into the supreme silence that is the source of all peace. It is there that your pilgrimage will find its completion, and there that you will discover the gift that this sacred place has been preparing to give you." The passage that led to the final chamber was carved with symbols that seemed to glow with their own inner light, ancient pictographs that told the story of countless pilgrims who had made this same journey into the depths of silence. As they walked, Lysander felt the peace he had discovered in each chamber beginning to integrate and harmonize within him, creating a symphony of tranquility that resonated through every fiber of his being. Ahead, the passage curved toward a light that was different from any he had seen before. Not the warm gold of sunlight or the cool silver of moonlight, but something that seemed to contain all colors and no color simultaneously. It was the light of pure consciousness itself, beckoning him toward the culmination of his journey into the heart of eternal peace. Chapter 4: The Chamber of Unity. The passage curved gently downward as they approached the final chamber, and with each step, Lysander felt himself moving not just through physical space, but through layers of consciousness itself. The stone walls around them seemed to pulse with a life of their own, as if the very mountain was breathing in rhythm with some vast, cosmic heartbeat. The symbols carved into the rock face grew more intricate and luminous as they descended, telling stories that bypassed the mind and spoke directly to the soul. The light ahead grew brighter and more complex, revealing itself to be not a single source, but a convergence of many lights, each one representing a different aspect of the piece that Lysander had discovered in his journey through the previous chambers. The warm rose gold of physical relaxation, the soft blue-green of emotional harmony, the crystal clear white of mental stillness, all wove together in a tapestry of illumination that seemed to sing with silent music. The Chamber of Unity, Althea said, her voice filled with a reverence that bordered on awe, was not built by human hands, but was discovered already formed within the heart of the mountain. The ancient ones believed it to be a place where the earth itself had learned to meditate, where the very stones had achieved enlightenment through countless eons of patient stillness. As they stepped through the entrance, Lysander's breath caught in his throat. The chamber was vast beyond imagination, its ceiling lost in heights that seemed to stretch toward infinity. The walls were not carved, but appeared to have grown naturally into perfect geometric forms that created an acoustic resonance of extraordinary purity. Every surface seemed to be made of a crystalline material that captured and amplified the convergent light, sending it dancing throughout the space in patterns that were both random and perfectly ordered. At the center of the chamber was a raised platform of white stone, perfectly circular, and so smooth it seemed to have been polished by the caresses of countless winds. Upon the platform sat a single cushion, simple and unadorned, yet somehow more inviting than the most luxurious throne. Around the platform, at exact intervals, stood 12 pillars of translucent crystal, each one humming with a different tone that together created a harmony so beautiful it seemed to make the very air shimmer with music. "This is where the pilgrimage completes itself," Althea said, her voice blending with the crystal harmonies, "where the seeker discovers that what they sought was never lost, where the journey reveals itself to have been not a movement towards something, but a remembering of what was always already here." Lysander approached the platform slowly, each step bringing him deeper into the resonance of the chamber. As he drew near, he could feel the peace he had cultivated in the previous chambers beginning to merge and intensify. The relaxation of his body, the harmony of his heart, the stillness of his mind, all began to flow together like streams converging into a mighty river. The cushion seemed to call to him with a magnetic pull that was irresistible yet gentle. As he settled onto it, assuming the cross-legged position that had become as natural as breathing, Lysander felt the 12 crystal pillars beginning to respond to his presence. The humming grew more complex, more beautiful, creating overtones and harmonics that seemed to emanate from the very fabric of space itself. "Close your eyes," Althea said, though her voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Let the harmony of the crystals guide you inward to the place where all seeking ends and all finding begins. Let yourself sink into the unity that has always been your true nature." As Lysander closed his eyes, the world did not disappear, but rather revealed itself in its true form. Instead of the chamber with its crystal pillars and luminous walls, he found himself sitting in the midst of infinite space, not the cold, empty vacuum of outer space, but a space that was pregnant with unlimited potential, warm with the love that binds all existence together. The harmony of the crystals continued. But now, he understood that the music was not coming from external sources, but was the very sound of his own being vibrating in perfect tune with the cosmos. Each note was a different aspect of himself, his body, his emotions, his thoughts, his deepest essence, all singing together in a symphony of perfect integration. As he sat in this space of infinite harmony, Lysander began to understand the true nature of the peace he had been seeking. It was not something that could be attained or achieved, because it was the very ground of his existence. It was not a state that came and went, but the constant reality that underlay all changing states. It was not separate from life, but was life itself, expressing itself as the eternal dance of existence. The boundaries between himself and the universe began to dissolve completely. He was the mountain, ancient and patient, holding the sanctuary in its protective embrace. He was the earth, spinning slowly through space, offering its bounty to all forms of life. He was the sun, pouring out light and warmth without reservation or expectation of return. He was the stars, shining with the light of pure consciousness across the vast reaches of space and time. Yet at the same time, he was none of these things. He was the awareness that could experience being the mountain, the earth, the sun, the stars, the unchanging witness of all changing phenomena. He was the silence in which all sounds arose and to which they returned. He was the stillness in which all movement took place. He was the peace that was both the source and the destination of all seeking. In this state of perfect unity, insights arose like flowers blooming in a cosmic garden. He understood that every moment of his life had been a step on this pilgrimage. Every joy and sorrow, a teacher preparing him for this recognition. He saw that all beings everywhere were making this same journey, whether they knew it or not. all moving toward the same recognition of their essential nature. He understood that the sanctuary was not just a physical place, but a state of consciousness that existed within every heart. The marble columns, the olive groves, the healing springs, the chambers of silence, all were external reflections of interior realities that could be accessed at any time, in any place, by anyone who learned to turn their attention inward toward the source of peace. The crystal harmony continued to weave its magic around him, and Lysander felt himself being transformed at the deepest levels of his being. Old patterns of thought and behavior that had caused him suffering began to dissolve like mist before the rising sun. Fear gave way to trust, anxiety to peace, restlessness to profound contentment. He saw his life stretching out before him, but it was no longer a burden to be carried or a problem to be solved. It was a gift to be received, a dance to be danced, a song to be sung. Every challenge would be an opportunity to deepen his understanding of peace. Every joy would be a celebration of the unity that connected all things. Every moment would be a chance to express the love that he now knew was his deepest nature. Time became an irrelevant concept as Lysander rested in this state of perfect unity. He might have been sitting on the cushion for moments or for eternities. It made no difference. He had found the place that exists outside of time, the eternal now where all seeking is fulfilled, and all questions are answered not with words, but with the direct experience of truth. Gradually, he became aware of a presence approaching, not from outside, but from within, rising up from the depths of his own being like a spring, welling up from hidden sources. It was Althea, but not the elderly woman who had guided him through the sanctuary. This was Althea as she truly was, a being of pure love and wisdom, ageless and eternal, her essence woven from the very fabric of peace itself. "Welcome home," she said, and her voice was the sound of every lullaby ever sung, every prayer ever whispered, every word of comfort ever spoken to a troubled soul. "You have remembered what you came here to remember. You have found what was never lost. You have become what you have always been." As she spoke, Lysander felt the final veils of separation falling away. He understood now that Althea was not separate from himself, but was the deepest aspect of his own being, the part of him that had always known the way home, that had guided him on this pilgrimage through the labyrinth of seeking to the center of eternal peace. "The gift," she continued, "is not something that is given, but something that is recognized. You came seeking peace, and you have discovered that you are peace. You came seeking rest, and you have found that you are rest. You came seeking the sacred, and you have awakened to your own sacred nature." The crystal harmony reached a crescendo of impossible beauty, and in that moment of perfect resonance, Lysander experienced what could only be called a birth, not the birth of something new, but the birth of recognition, the sudden awakening to what had always been true. He was not a separate being seeking unity, but unity itself, temporarily forgetting its own nature, now remembering and celebrating its eternal wholeness. The experience was beyond ecstasy, beyond bliss, beyond any word that could be used to describe it. It was the recognition of perfect love loving itself, infinite consciousness knowing itself, eternal peace being itself. It was the end of all seeking, because it was the fulfillment of what had always been sought. As the intensity of the recognition began to settle, Lysander found himself still sitting on the cushion in the chamber of unity. But everything had changed. The chamber was the same, yet it was completely transformed by his transformed perception. The crystal pillars still hummed their eternal harmony, but now he could hear in their music the song of his own true nature. The walls still gleamed with their inner light, but now he could see that the light was a reflection of his own luminous essence. Althea stood before him, once again appearing as the elderly keeper of the sanctuary, but her eyes held the depth of the infinite wisdom he had just touched. "The transformation is complete," she said with a smile that contained all the joy of the universe. "You have drunk from the deepest well of peace, and its waters will sustain you for the rest of your journey through life." Rising from the cushion, Lysander felt his body moving with a grace and ease that was entirely natural, yet completely transformed. Every cell seemed to vibrate with the harmony he had discovered. Every breath brought in the peace that he now knew was his birthright. Every heartbeat pulsed with the love that connected him to all existence. "What happens now?" he asked, though he already knew the answer in his heart. "Now you return to the world," Althea replied, "but you return as one who has remembered his true nature. The peace you have found is not something that will fade with time or be lost in the challenges of daily life. It is your very essence, as constant as the sun behind the clouds, as reliable as the ground beneath your feet." As they walked together from the chamber of unity, retracing their steps through the sanctuary, Lysander marveled at how different everything appeared. The chambers of silence, the healing springs, the garden with its tree of eternal seasons, all were exactly as they had been. Yet they were completely transformed by his transformed vision. He could see now that they had always been perfect mirrors of the peace within himself, external teachers pointing him toward an internal reality. "The sanctuary will always be here," Althea said, as they emerged into the main temple. "Not just this physical place, but the sanctuary of consciousness that you have discovered within yourself. Whenever you need to remember the peace you have found, simply turn your attention inward to the silence that underlies all noise, the stillness that supports all movement, the love that connects all beings. The dawn was breaking as they stepped outside the temple, painting the sky in shades of rose and gold that seemed to mirror the transformation taking place within Lysander's heart. The olive groves stretched out before them, their silver-green leaves rustling in the morning breeze, and the air was filled with the songs of birds welcoming the new day. The pilgrimage is complete, Althea said, placing her hand gently on his shoulder. But the journey continues. You return now to your life, but you return as one who carries the sanctuary within him. Every person you meet will be blessed by the peace you embody. Every place you visit will be transformed by the love you radiate. Every moment you live will be an expression of the unity you have remembered. As Lysander prepared to begin his journey back into the world, he felt no sadness at leaving the sanctuary. How could he be sad about leaving something that he now carried within himself? The marble columns, the healing springs, the chambers of silence, all had done their work. They had reflected back to him his own true nature, and that nature was now permanently established in his consciousness. The path that led away from the sanctuary was the same path that had brought him there. Yet walking it now was an entirely different experience. Each step was a celebration of the peace he had found. Each breath was a prayer of gratitude for the transformation he had undergone. Each moment was a recognition of the sacred nature of ordinary existence. As he walked between the ancient olive trees, their silver leaves catching the morning light, Lysander carried with him the greatest gift that any pilgrimage could offer, the recognition that the sacred was not separate from the mundane. That peace was not something to be achieved, but something to be remembered. That the journey home was not a movement through space, but an awakening to what had always been present. The sanctuary would continue to exist, he knew, not just in the hidden valleys of the Greek mountains, but in the hidden depths of every human heart. And he would be its ambassador, carrying its message of peace into a world that desperately needed to remember its own true nature. Behind him, the marble columns of the temple caught the rising sun, their white stone glowing with the promise of peace that awaited all who made the pilgrimage inward to the sanctuary of their own eternal nature. And before him stretched the world, waiting to be blessed by the presence of one who had remembered that peace is not just a possibility, but the very ground of existence itself. Chapter 5: The Grove of Eternal Wisdom. The path away from the sanctuary led Lysander through landscapes that seemed to shift and change with each step, as if the very earth was reflecting the transformation that had taken place within his consciousness. What had begun as a simple dirt track winding between olive trees had become something more, a golden ribbon of light that seemed to pulse with its own inner radiance, guiding him not just through the physical terrain, but through dimensions of understanding that he had never imagined existed. As he walked, Lysander noticed that his perception of time had fundamentally altered. The morning sun hung in the sky like a benevolent presence, neither advancing nor retreating, but simply being, its light constant and warm. The shadows cast by the olive trees seemed to dance with a life of their own. Yet they too remained constant, as if the entire landscape existed in a state of eternal present moment. The peace he carried within himself seemed to extend outward, touching everything around him. Birds landed on his shoulders without fear, their songs becoming part of the symphony of tranquility that surrounded him. Flowers bloomed more brightly as he passed, their colors more vivid, their fragrances more intense. Even the stones beneath his feet seemed to resonate with a harmony that had not been there before. After walking for what felt like both minutes and hours, Lysander came upon a grove of trees unlike any he had ever seen. They were ancient beyond measure, their trunks so massive that it would have taken dozens of people holding hands to encircle them. Yet despite their age, they pulsed with a vitality that was almost tangible. Their leaves a green so pure and luminous that they seemed to glow with their own inner light. These were not olive trees or cypresses, but something far older, trees that seemed to have been growing since the dawn of time itself, their roots reaching deep into the very heart of the earth, their branches stretching toward the infinite sky. As Lysander approached the grove, he could feel an intelligence emanating from the trees, a wisdom that had been accumulating for millennia, waiting patiently for those who had eyes to see and hearts to understand. In the center of the grove was a clearing carpeted with moss so soft and green that it seemed like a living cushion placed there by the earth itself. Shafts of golden light filtered down through the canopy above, creating columns of illumination that seemed solid enough to touch. The air was thick with the scent of growing things, with the rich loam of ancient soil, with the sweet breath of leaves converting sunlight into life. As Lysander entered the clearing, he became aware of figures moving among the trees, not the translucent forms he had seen in the sanctuary garden, but beings of flesh and blood who moved with the unhurried grace of those who had found perfect harmony with the natural world. They were dressed in simple robes of earth-colored fabric, their hair adorned with flowers and leaves, their faces marked by the serene beauty that comes from lives spent in communion with wisdom. One of the figures approached him, an elderly man with eyes like deep pools of starlight and a beard that flowed like silver water down his chest. Despite his apparent age, he moved with the fluid grace of a young dancer. And when he smiled, Lysander felt as though he was being welcomed by an old friend. "Greetings, peaceful one," the man said, his voice carrying the depth and resonance of wind through the great trees. "I am philosophical, keeper of the grove of eternal wisdom. We have been expecting you, for the trees themselves whispered of your coming, and the very air has been singing your name since you left the sanctuary." Lysander felt a wave of recognition wash over him. Though he was certain he had never met this man before, there was something about Philosophical's presence that seemed familiar, as if he represented an aspect of wisdom that Lysander had always carried within himself, but had never fully accessed. "The grove," Philosophical continued, gesturing to the magnificent trees around them, "is where pilgrims come to understand that the peace they have found is not an end, but a beginning. It is one thing to discover the sanctuary within oneself. It is another to learn how to live from that sanctuary, how to bring its gifts into the world in service of all beings." Other figures emerged from among the trees, each one radiating the same serene presence as Philosophical. There was a woman with flowers braided into her hair, whose eyes held the gentle strength of mountains. A young man whose smile carried the joy of spring rain. An elderly woman who moved like flowing water and spoke in tones that harmonized with the wind through the leaves. "These are the keepers of wisdom," Philosophical explained. "Each has made the same pilgrimage you have completed. Each has found the sanctuary within their own heart, and each has chosen to remain here in service to those who come after. They will share with you the deeper teachings, the understanding that transforms inner peace into outer compassion." The woman with flowers in her hair stepped forward, her movements creating ripples of calm in the very air around her. "I am Sophia," she said, her voice like the whisper of wind through wheat fields. "I will teach you how the peace you have found can become a healing presence for others, how the sanctuary within you can become a refuge for all who suffer." She led Lysander to one of the great trees, its trunk scarred by centuries of wind and weather, yet somehow made more beautiful by these marks of experience. At its base, spring water bubbled up from hidden sources, forming a small pool that reflected the dancing light filtering down through the leaves. "Place your hands upon the tree," Sophia instructed. "Feel its life force, its patient strength, its willingness to provide shelter and nourishment for countless beings without asking anything in return. This is the nature of true peace. It does not seek to be hoarded or protected, but naturally overflows in service to all life." As Lysander placed his palms against the rough bark, he felt the tree's life force flowing through him like a river of liquid light. The tree's consciousness was vast and patient, holding within itself the memory of every creature that had ever sheltered beneath its branches, every storm it had weathered, every season of growth and rest it had experienced across the countless centuries of its existence. The tree gives without thought of receiving, Sophia said softly. Its peace is not passive, but actively generative. It transforms sunlight into oxygen, earth into nourishment, emptiness into shelter. This is the nature of enlightened peace. It becomes a source of blessing for all life. As he communed with the ancient tree, Lysander began to understand how his own transformation could serve others. The peace he had found was not meant to be a private possession, but a gift to be shared. Like the tree, he could become a source of shelter and nourishment for those still seeking their way home to the sanctuary within themselves. The young man with the joyful smile approached next. "I am Agape," he said, his name itself meaning the highest form of love. "I will show you how the unity you discovered can bridge the illusion of separation that causes so much suffering in the world." He led Lysander to another part of the grove, where several of the great trees grew so close together that their branches intertwined. Their root systems merged, their very beings unified in a single living entity that existed as both many and one simultaneously. "Touch here," Agape said, indicating where two massive trunks grew together, their bark fused in eternal embrace. "Feel how separation is an illusion, how all apparent boundaries are simply places where the one life appears to divide, but never truly does." Lysander pressed his hands to the junction between the trees and immediately felt the profound truth of interconnection flowing through his awareness. The two trees were not two, but one, expressing itself as apparent multiplicity. Their roots drank from the same earth, their leaves breathed the same air. Their very existence was a single dance of life, expressing itself in seemingly separate forms. "When you return to the world," Agape explained, "you will encounter others who believe themselves to be separate, isolated, alone. But you will know better. You will see through the illusion of separation to the unity that connects all beings. Your peace will remind them of their own true nature. Your presence will awaken in them the memory of the sanctuary they carry within their own hearts." The elderly woman, who moved like flowing water, appeared beside them with the silent grace of mist forming over still lakes. "I am Numa," she said, her voice carrying the whisper of breath itself. "I will teach you how to breathe peace into the world, how to make every exhalation a blessing, every inhalation a prayer of gratitude." She guided him to a circle of younger trees that formed a natural amphitheater, their trunks creating perfect acoustic resonance. In the center of the circle was a cushion of woven grass, and as Lysander settled onto it, he felt the entire grove focusing its attention upon him with benevolent interest. "Breathe," Numa instructed simply, "but breathe with the awareness that every breath connects you to every other breathing being. Let your breath become a bridge between the peace within you and the longing for peace in all hearts." As Lysander began to breathe consciously, he felt his awareness expanding with each inhalation and exhalation. His breath became the breath of the grove, and the grove's breath became the breath of the forest, and the forest's breath became the breath of the earth itself. He was breathing with the lungs of the planet, participating in the great exchange of life that connected all living beings in an unbroken web of interdependence. With each exhale, he felt peace flowing out from his heart to touch every being within reach of his breath. With each inhale, he drew in the suffering and longing of the world, not to take it into himself, but to transform it through the alchemy of compassion that he had discovered in the sanctuary. His breathing became a prayer, a healing, a continuous offering of peace to a world in need of remembering its own essential nature. "This is how you will serve," Numa said, her words seeming to ride on the very air he breathed, "not through grand gestures or dramatic actions, but through the simple presence of your peace. Every breath will be a teaching, every heartbeat a blessing, every moment of your existence a reminder that peace is possible, because peace is what we are." The teaching continued throughout the day, though day and night seemed to have little meaning in the grove, where time moved according to the rhythm of growth and wisdom, rather than the mechanical progression of hours. Each of the keepers shared their particular understanding of how inner peace could become outer service, how the sanctuary within could become a source of healing for the world. Philosophical taught him about the peace that comes from understanding, how seeing clearly into the nature of reality dissolves the conflicts that arise from ignorance and misperception. Standing beneath a tree whose trunk spiraled as it grew, reaching toward the sky in a perfect double helix, he learned how apparent contradictions could be resolved in higher levels of understanding. The world is full of conflicts that exist only because people see from limited perspectives, Philosophical explained, his hand resting on the spiraling bark. When you have found the unity consciousness, you can help others see beyond their narrow viewpoints to the larger truth that encompasses and reconciles all seeming opposites. Another keeper, who introduced himself as Karuna, taught him about the peace that expresses itself as active compassion beside a tree whose branches had grown into a natural shelter, providing protection for countless smaller plants and creatures. Karuna showed him how strength and gentleness could be perfectly balanced in service to all life. Compassion is not weakness, Karuna said, his weathered hands gentle as he tended to a wounded bird that had made its nest in the tree's protective embrace. True compassion requires tremendous strength, the strength to remain peaceful in the face of suffering, the strength to love without condition, the strength to serve without thought of reward. As the day progressed, Lysander felt his understanding deepening and expanding. The peace he had found in the sanctuary was being refined and purified, transformed from a personal experience into a universal gift. He was learning not just how to be peaceful, but how to be peace itself, a living embodiment of the tranquility that existed at the heart of all existence. The grove seemed to respond to his growing understanding. The trees appeared more luminous, their leaves more vibrant, their presence more alive and aware. The very air shimmered with a quality of attention that was both nurturing and transformative. He realized that the grove itself was a kind of group meditation, a collective consciousness formed by all the beings who had chosen to dedicate their lives to wisdom and service. As evening approached, the keepers gathered in the central clearing for what they called the evening teaching. They formed a circle around the soft moss, their faces illuminated by the golden light that filtered down through the canopy above. Lysander sat among them, feeling himself to be both student and teacher, both seeker and finder, both individual consciousness and part of the greater awareness that permeated the grove. The evening teaching is always the same, Philosophical said, his voice blending with the rustling of leaves above, and always different. It is the teaching of silence, but a silence that is full of presence, full of love, full of the wisdom that can only be transmitted from heart to heart, from being to being. They sat together in silence as the light slowly faded and the first stars appeared through the canopy above. But this was not the silence of emptiness or absence. It was a pregnant silence, alive with potential, vibrating with the accumulated wisdom of ages. In this silence, Lysander felt teachings being transmitted that went far beyond words, understandings that could only be received in the deep stillness of the heart. He felt the presence of all the pilgrims who had sat in this same circle, receiving the same wordless teachings. He felt the presence of all the beings throughout history who had awakened to their true nature and dedicated their lives to serving the awakening of others. He felt the presence of the earth itself, patient and nurturing, supporting all life with unconditional love. In the silence, insights arose spontaneously. He understood that his journey was not unique, but was part of a vast movement of consciousness toward greater peace and unity. He saw that every being was making this same journey, whether they knew it or not, all moving toward the same recognition of their essential nature. He felt the profound responsibility and privilege of being one who had awakened to this truth, one who could serve as a bridge for others making the same crossing. The silence deepened as the night progressed, and gradually Lysander became aware of a subtle sound, the breathing of the earth itself, the gentle pulse of life that animated all existence in perfect harmony with this cosmic rhythm. The circle of keepers began to hum, their voices blending in tones so pure and beautiful that they seemed to be the very sound of peace itself, made audible. The humming created overtones and harmonics that resonated through the grove, through the earth, through the very fabric of space and time. Lysander felt his own voice joining the harmony naturally, effortlessly, as if he had been humming this same song throughout eternity. The sound seemed to carry their collective intention for peace out into the world, blessing all beings with the vibration of love and wisdom. As the humming gradually faded into silence, Lysander felt a profound sense of completion. Not the completion of his journey, for he understood now that the journey was eternal, but the completion of this phase of his learning. He had received what the grove had to offer, and he was ready to carry its gifts back into the world. The grove will always be here, Sophia said, her voice seeming to come from the trees themselves. Not just this physical grove, but the grove of wisdom that you now carry within yourself. Whenever you need guidance, simply return to this inner grove. The keepers will be there, ready to share their understanding, ready to support you in your service to all beings. Philosophical rose and approached Lysander, carrying in his hands a small branch from one of the great trees. The branch was alive, its leaves still green and vibrant. And as he placed it in Lysander's hands, it felt warm with the life force of the entire grove. Take this with you, Philosophical said, not as a memento, but as a living connection to the wisdom you have received here. When you plant it, wherever that may be, it will grow into a tree that carries the essence of this grove, creating a new sanctuary of peace in the world. Lysander accepted the gift with hands that trembled slightly, with the magnitude of what was being entrusted to him. The branch pulsed with life, and he could feel the consciousness of the grove contained within it. All the wisdom, all the love, all the accumulated peace of countless generations of seekers and finders. As he prepared to leave the grove, the keepers gathered around him, each one placing their hands upon his shoulders in a final blessing. Their touch conveyed more than words could express: encouragement for the journey ahead, confidence in his ability to serve, and most importantly, the assurance that he would never truly be alone, because he carried within himself the eternal sanctuary of peace. Go well, peaceful one, they said in unison, their voices creating a harmony that seemed to lift him up and carry him forward. Go with the wisdom of the grove, the love of the earth, and the peace of the eternal sanctuary. May your presence be a blessing to all beings. May your service awaken the sleeping sanctuary in every heart you touch. As Lysander walked away from the grove, the living branch cradled carefully in his arms, he felt the accumulated blessings of the keepers flowing with him. The path ahead was illuminated by a soft light that seemed to emanate from his own being. And he knew that wherever this path led, he would walk it as one who carried within himself the greatest treasures that existence had to offer: peace, wisdom, love, and the unshakable knowledge that all beings were part of the same eternal unity. Behind him, the grove settled into its timeless rhythm, the great trees continuing their patient vigil, the keepers maintaining their dedication to serving all who sought the path to peace, and ahead of him stretched a world waiting to be blessed by the presence of one who had remembered his true nature and learned to live from the sanctuary of eternal peace. Chapter 6: The Healing Springs of Restoration. The path from the grove of eternal wisdom wound gently downward through landscapes that seemed to shimmer between the ordinary and the miraculous. Lysander walked with unhurried steps, the living branch from the great tree cradled in his arms like a precious child. With each footfall, he felt the earth responding to his presence, as if the very stones and soil recognized the transformation that had taken place within him and were adjusting their vibration to harmonize with his newfound peace. The morning sun painted everything in shades of gold and amber, and the air was thick with the fragrance of wild herbs and flowers that seemed to bloom more vibrantly in response to his passing. Butterflies danced around him in spirals of color, their flight patterns creating mandalas in the air that spoke of the same perfection and harmony he had discovered within himself. As he walked, Lysander became aware of a sound in the distance, the gentle murmur of flowing water, but unlike any water he had ever heard before. This was not the simple splash and gurgle of an ordinary stream, but something more musical, more alive, as if the water itself was singing songs of healing and renewal. The sound drew him forward with an irresistible pull, promising restoration not just for the body, but for the very essence of life itself. The path curved around a hillside covered with lavender and rosemary, their purple and white blossoms releasing clouds of healing fragrance with every breath of wind. As Lysander rounded the curve, he caught his first glimpse of what lay ahead and stopped in wonder. Spread out before him was a valley unlike anything he could have imagined, a natural amphitheater carved by eons of flowing water into terraces of white stone that descended in perfect curves toward a central pool that gleamed like liquid crystal in the morning light. The terraces were filled with water that flowed from one level to the next in a series of small waterfalls, each one creating its own music, all combining into a symphony of liquid sound that seemed to resonate with the very frequency of healing itself. The water was not the clear, colorless liquid of ordinary springs, but carried within it a subtle luminescence that made it appear to be flowing light made manifest. Steam rose from many of the pools, indicating natural hot springs heated by the earth's own fire. But there were also pools of cooler water that sparkled with a different kind of energy. Some pools glowed with a soft rose light, others with pale blue or gentle green, each one attuned to different aspects of healing and restoration. The entire valley pulsed with a life force so powerful that Lysander could feel it from where he stood on the hillside above. As he descended into the valley, following stone steps that had been worn smooth by countless pilgrims before him, Lysander noticed figures moving among the terraced pools. They were dressed in robes of simple white linen, and they moved with the fluid grace of those who had learned to flow like water itself. Their faces held the serene beauty that comes from lives dedicated to healing and service, and their hands glowed with a gentle light that spoke of their attunement to the restorative powers of the springs. One of the figures approached him as he reached the first level of pools, a woman whose silver hair caught the light like spun moonbeams, and whose eyes held the depth of healing springs themselves. She moved with the unhurried grace of flowing water, and when she smiled, Lysander felt as though every cell in his body was being blessed with perfect health. "Welcome, bearer of peace," she said, her voice carrying the musical quality of water flowing over smooth stones. "I am Hygeia, guardian of the healing springs of restoration. We have been expecting you, for the waters themselves sang of your coming, and the very stones have been preparing to receive you." Lysander felt a deep recognition at her words, understanding that his journey through the sanctuary and the grove had been preparing him for this moment. The peace he had found, the wisdom he had received, had created within him a capacity to receive even deeper levels of healing and restoration. "The springs," Hygeia continued, gesturing to the terraced pools that surrounded them, "are not mere water, but the very essence of life itself, purified and concentrated through its passage through the deepest places of the earth. Each pool holds different gifts of healing, some for the body, some for the heart, some for the mind, and some for the spirit. But all work together to restore beings to their original wholeness." She led him to a pool on the first terrace, its water glowing with a soft golden light that seemed to pulse in rhythm with his own heartbeat. The stone edge was carved with symbols that spoke of renewal and regeneration, and the water itself seemed to beckon to him with an almost magnetic pull. This is the pool of physical renewal, Hygeia explained. Its waters carry the memory of perfect health, the template of the body as it was meant to be, strong yet supple, vital yet relaxed, fully alive yet deeply at peace. Enter and let the waters remind your body of its true nature. Lysander set down the precious branch from the grove in a safe place near the pool's edge and removed his simple garments. As he stepped into the golden water, he felt an immediate transformation beginning to take place. The water was exactly the temperature of perfect comfort, and as it rose around his body, he felt every muscle, every nerve, every cell being gently restored to its optimal state. The transformation was not dramatic, but profound. Years of accumulated tension dissolved like salt in warm water. Old injuries that he had carried for so long he had forgot. They were there simply released their hold on his body. Energy that had been blocked or depleted began to flow freely through channels that he had not felt since childhood. As he floated in the golden water, Lysander became aware of other figures around the pool, beings of light who moved through the water like dancing flames. They were healers, he realized, ancient spirits of restoration who had been serving in these springs since the beginning of time. Their touch was gentle but profound, their presence carrying the accumulated wisdom of countless healings. Let them work, Hygeia said softly. They know your body better than you know it yourself. They remember how you were meant to be, and they are simply helping you remember as well. The healing continued for what felt like hours, though time seemed to have no meaning in the Valley of Springs. Lysander felt layers of physical stress and accumulated damage being gently dissolved and washed away. His body became more flexible, more vital, more alive with each passing moment. But beyond the physical healing, he felt something deeper taking place, a restoration of his relationship with his physical form, a return to the natural harmony between body and spirit that was the birthright of all beings. When the healing was complete, Lysander emerged from the golden pool feeling transformed. His body moved with a grace and ease that reminded him of his youth. But it was more than that. He felt perfectly embodied, perfectly present in his physical form, as if every cell was now vibrating in harmony with the peace he had discovered in the sanctuary. The body, Hygeia said, as she wrapped him in a robe of soft white linen, is the temple of the spirit, but it is also the spirit's partner in the dance of existence. When body and spirit are in perfect harmony, healing is not something that must be sought, but something that flows naturally from the very state of being alive. She led him to the next pool, this one glowing with a soft rose light that seemed to pulse with the rhythm of a great heart beating. The water here was cooler than the first pool, and it carried within it the fragrance of roses and jasmine, of all the flowers that spoke of love and emotional healing. The pool of heart restoration, Hygia said, her voice filled with infinite tenderness. Here, the emotional wounds that all beings carry are gently healed. Old griefs are transformed into wisdom, old fears into compassion, old angers into understanding. The heart remembers its true nature as a vessel of infinite love. As Lysander entered the rose-colored water, he felt his heart beginning to open in ways that went far beyond anything he had experienced in the sanctuary's chamber of emotional harmony. The water seemed to flow directly into his chest, filling spaces that he had not known were empty, healing wounds that he had not known were there. Old memories arose, moments of loss, of betrayal, of disappointment. But instead of pain, they brought only understanding. He saw how each difficult experience had been a teacher, how each wound had created the capacity for greater compassion, how each sorrow had deepened his ability to appreciate joy. The rose-colored water transformed every negative emotion into its positive essence, not by denying the reality of pain, but by revealing the love that existed at the core of all experience. Tears flowed down his cheeks as he floated in the healing waters, but they were tears of gratitude, of recognition, of profound release. He felt his heart expanding until it seemed to encompass the entire valley, the whole world. All beings everywhere who had ever loved or suffered or hoped. The boundaries between his heart and the universal heart dissolved completely, and he experienced himself as a single note in the infinite symphony of love that was the true nature of existence. The beings of light that moved through this pool were different from those in the first. They radiated the energy of pure compassion, and their touch carried the healing power of unconditional love. Where they touched him, Lysander felt old emotional scars simply dissolving, replaced by the soft glow of a heart that had remembered its essential nature. When he emerged from the pool of heart restoration, Lysander felt as though his capacity for love had been infinitely expanded. Not just love for those close to him, but love for all beings, all life, all existence. His heart had become a clear vessel through which the universal love could flow unobstructed into the world. The third pool glowed with a clear, crystalline light that seemed to contain all colors and no color simultaneously. The water here was cooler still, and it seemed to vibrate with a frequency that resonated directly with his mind and consciousness. The pool of mental clarity, Hygia explained. Here, the mind is restored to its natural state of crystal clear awareness. Old patterns of thought that no longer serve are gently dissolved, Confusion gives way to understanding, anxiety to peace, restlessness to the profound stillness of pure consciousness. As Lysander entered the crystal clear water, he felt his mind becoming clearer and more spacious with each moment. Thoughts that had been running in circles for years simply stopped their endless spinning. Mental habits that had caused him suffering dissolved like clouds dissipating in a clear sky. His mind became like a still lake that perfectly reflected the sky of consciousness without distortion or disturbance. In this state of perfect mental clarity, insights arose spontaneously. He understood the nature of thought itself, how thoughts were simply temporary appearances in the space of awareness, no more substantial than clouds passing through the sky. He saw how much suffering was caused by taking thoughts to be reality, rather than recognizing them as temporary mental events that came and went like weather patterns. The beings of light in this pool radiated the energy of pure wisdom, and their presence helped Lysander's mind settle into its natural state of alert, peaceful awareness. Mental patterns that had been causing stress and confusion for years simply dissolved, replaced by the clear, spacious awareness that was his true nature. As the mental healing progressed, Lysander felt his consciousness expanding to encompass greater and greater levels of understanding. He saw the interconnectedness of all things with perfect clarity, understood the illusory nature of separation, and experienced directly the unity that underlied all apparent diversity. The fourth and final pool glowed with a light that seemed to come from beyond the physical world entirely. The water here was neither hot nor cold, but seemed to exist at the perfect temperature of pure being itself. This was the pool of spiritual renewal, where the very essence of his being would be restored to its original purity and wholeness. This pool, Hygeia said with profound reverence, contains the waters of spiritual rebirth. Here you will remember not just who you are in this lifetime, but who you have always been throughout eternity. Here, the illusion of birth and death dissolves, and you experience yourself as the deathless, eternal consciousness that is your true nature. As Lysander entered the final pool, he felt himself dissolving into pure being. The boundaries between self and not self disappeared completely. He was the water, the light, the healing energy itself. He was the valley, the mountains, the sky, the earth. He was all beings who had ever sought healing, all healers who had ever served, all love that had ever been expressed throughout the cosmos. In this state of complete unity, healing took place at the deepest possible level. Not just healing of this lifetime's wounds, but healing of the very sense of separation that was the root of all suffering. He experienced himself as he truly was, eternal, perfect, whole, lacking nothing, needing nothing, being everything. The experience was beyond description, beyond the reach of words or concepts. It was the direct realization of his essential nature as pure consciousness, pure love, pure being. In this recognition, all seeking came to an end because there was nothing to seek. All healing was complete because there was nothing that had ever truly been broken. When awareness of the physical world gradually returned, Lysander found himself floating in water that seemed to be made of liquid starlight. The beings of light that surrounded him in this pool were so pure, so radiant, that looking at them was like looking into the very source of existence itself. Gradually, gently, he made his way out of the final pool, assisted by Hygeia, whose touch now felt like the caress of eternity itself. His body felt lighter than air, his heart vast as the sky, his mind clear as space, his spirit radiant with the light of its own eternal nature. "The healing is complete," Hygeia said, her voice seeming to come from the springs themselves. "You have been restored not just to health, but to wholeness, not just to peace, but to the recognition of your eternal nature. The waters have reminded you of what you have always been: perfect, complete, lacking nothing." As Lysander dressed in the simple robes that had been provided for him, he marveled at the transformation that had taken place. The healing had been so complete, so profound, that he felt as though he had been reborn into a body and mind and spirit that were perfectly aligned with his essential nature. The living branch from the grove had been carefully tended while he was in the pools, and as he picked it up again, he felt its life force resonating perfectly with his own restored vitality. He was ready now to continue his journey, carrying within himself not just peace and wisdom, but perfect health and wholeness as well. "The springs will always be here," Hygeia said as she prepared to bid him farewell. "Not just these physical springs, but the springs of healing that you now carry within yourself. Wherever you go, you will be a source of healing for others. Your very presence will remind them of their own capacity for wholeness. Your touch will awaken their innate ability to heal themselves." As Lysander prepared to leave the Valley of Healing Springs, he felt the accumulated blessings of perfect restoration flowing through every cell of his being. He was no longer just one who had found peace, but one who embodied peace. No longer just one who had gained wisdom, but one who radiated wisdom. No longer just one who had been healed, but one who carried the very essence of healing within himself. The path that led out of the valley seemed to glow with invitation. And as he began to walk, Lysander felt that he was carrying with him the greatest gifts that existence could offer: peace, wisdom, love, and perfect wholeness. Each step was a celebration of the restoration that had taken place, each breath a prayer of gratitude for the profound healing he had received. Behind him, the springs continued their eternal song of healing, their waters flowing in endless renewal, ready to restore all beings who came to them with open hearts. And ahead of him stretched a world waiting to be blessed by the presence of one who had been restored to perfect wholeness, and now carried within himself the power to help others remember their own innate capacity for healing and renewal. Chapter 7: The Crystal Caves of Inner Light. The path from the Valley of Healing Springs led Lysander through a landscape that seemed to grow more luminous with each step. The ordinary sunlight of morning had given way to something more ethereal, a quality of illumination that seemed to emanate from the very air itself, as if the atmosphere had become infused with the gentle radiance of pure consciousness. Every stone, every blade of grass, every flower seemed to glow with its own inner light, creating a world that existed somewhere between the physical and the transcendent. As he walked, cradling the living branch from the grove, Lysander felt the accumulated gifts of his pilgrimage settling into perfect harmony within his being. The peace from the sanctuary, the wisdom from the grove, the perfect healing from the springs, all had become integrated into a single, unified state of being that felt both completely natural and absolutely miraculous. The path began to climb again, winding up the side of a mountain whose peak was shrouded in clouds that seemed to be made of crystallized light. The air grew cooler as he ascended, but it was a coolness that refreshed rather than chilled, carrying within it the crisp clarity of high altitudes and the promise of revelations yet to come. After walking for what felt like hours in this state of peaceful contemplation, Lysander came upon an opening in the mountainside, not a crude cave carved by wind and weather, but an entrance that seemed to have been formed by the earth itself as a natural temple. The opening was perfectly circular, framed by formations of crystal that caught and refracted the ambient light into rainbow patterns that danced across the stone. As he approached the entrance, Lysander could feel a gentle vibration emanating from within the mountain, not a sound that could be heard with the ears, but a frequency that resonated with his entire being. It was as if the mountain itself was humming with some vast, cosmic energy, and the cave entrance was an invitation to discover the source of that sacred song. Standing at the threshold was a figure unlike any he had encountered on his journey. This was a being who seemed to be composed of light itself, not the soft, warm light of the healing springs or the golden radiance of the grove, but a pure, crystalline light that contained within it all possible colors and frequencies. The figure was neither clearly male nor female, neither young nor old, but existed in a state of perfect balance that transcended all such distinctions. "Welcome, seeker of the inner light," the being said, its voice like the sound of crystal bells ringing in perfect harmony. "I am Photinos, guardian of the crystal caves of inner light. These caves exist in the space between the physical and the spiritual, where the light that illuminates all consciousness can be directly experienced and integrated into one's very essence." Lysander felt a profound recognition at these words, understanding that his journey had been leading him toward this moment of encountering the very source of the light that had been growing within him throughout his pilgrimage. The peace, the wisdom, the healing, all had been preparing him to receive this final gift of illumination. The caves extend deep into the heart of the mountain. Photinos continued, beginning to walk toward the entrance. Each chamber is attuned to a different frequency of light, a different aspect of the illumination that is your true nature. In these caves, you will not just experience light, but will remember that you are light, that consciousness itself is the fundamental light from which all existence emerges. As they passed through the circular entrance, Lysander felt himself entering a realm that existed outside the normal laws of physics. The cave walls were lined with crystals of every size and description: amethyst and quartz, diamonds and emeralds, gems that had no earthly names, but sang with frequencies that spoke directly to the soul. Each crystal was perfectly formed, and together they created a symphony of light that was almost overwhelming in its beauty. The passage led them deeper into the mountain, and with each step, the crystalline formations grew more spectacular. Some crystals were as tall as trees, their faceted surfaces creating chambers of reflected light that seemed to extend into infinity. Others were small and delicate, clustered together like flowers in a garden of living light. All pulsed with the same gentle rhythm, as if the entire cave system was breathing with the breath of some vast, cosmic being. "The first chamber," Photinos said, as they approached an opening that glowed with soft, pearl-like radiance, "is the chamber of personal illumination. Here, you will experience the light that has always existed at the core of your individual being, the divine spark that is your unique expression of universal consciousness." The chamber they entered was breathtaking in its beauty. The walls were lined with mother-of-pearl formations that seemed to glow from within, creating an atmosphere of gentle, nurturing light. In the center of the chamber was a natural seat carved from a single massive crystal, its surface polished smooth by the patient work of countless eons. As Lysander settled onto the crystal seat, he felt the stone beginning to respond to his presence. The crystal seemed to tune itself to his unique vibrational frequency, and gradually, he became aware of a light beginning to glow within his own chest. It started as a tiny spark, no brighter than a candle flame, but as he focused his attention upon it, it began to grow and intensify. "This is your own inner light," Photinos explained, its voice seeming to come from the crystals themselves, the same light that illuminates your consciousness, that makes awareness possible. That is the very essence of what you are. It has always been there, but it has been covered over by the accumulated debris of a lifetime thoughts, emotions, identifications, fears. Now, in this sacred space, it can emerge in its full glory. As the light within his chest continued to grow, Lysander felt it beginning to illuminate aspects of himself that he had never seen clearly before. He saw the beauty of his own consciousness, the unique way that universal awareness expressed itself through his particular being. He saw the gifts he carried, the love he embodied, the peace that had become his natural state. The light grew brighter and more encompassing, spreading from his chest throughout his entire body. He felt every cell becoming luminous, every nerve pathway becoming a conduit for pure light, every breath carrying illumination deeper into his being. His body became transparent, radiant, a vessel of pure light that cast no shadow because it was itself the source of illumination. In this state of personal illumination, Lysander understood that he was not just a human being having a spiritual experience, but a spiritual being expressing itself through human form. The light that filled him was not foreign or acquired, but was his very essence, the fundamental reality of what he had always been. As the experience in the first chamber reached its culmination, Photinos gestured toward another opening, this one glowing with a more intense, golden radiance. The second chamber is the chamber of universal light, where your personal illumination merges with the greater light that illuminates all existence. The second chamber was larger than the first, its ceiling disappearing into heights that seemed to extend beyond the physical confines of the mountain. The walls were lined with golden crystals that pulsed with a warmth and vitality that reminded Lysander of the sun itself. But this was a sun that existed in dimensions beyond the physical, the spiritual sun that was the source of all light, all consciousness, all existence. In the center of this chamber was not a seat, but a pool of what appeared to be liquid light, a substance that was neither quite solid nor quite energy, but something that existed in the space between all categories. The pool's surface rippled with patterns that seemed to contain the movement of galaxies, the dance of atoms, the rhythm of all life throughout the cosmos. "Enter the pool," Photinos said, its crystalline voice now harmonizing with the vibrations of the golden crystals that surrounded them. Let your personal light merge with the universal light. Experience yourself not as a separate being who contains light, but as light itself, expressing through the temporary form of human consciousness. As Lysander stepped into the pool of liquid light, he felt the boundaries of his individual identity beginning to dissolve. The light that he had discovered within himself in the first chamber now merged with a vastly greater light that seemed to encompass all of existence. He was no longer Lysander who contained light, but light itself, temporarily experiencing itself as Lysander. The sensation was beyond anything he had ever imagined. He was the light that illuminated every star in every galaxy. He was the consciousness that animated every living being. He was the awareness in which all experiences arose and dissolved. His individual identity did not disappear, but was revealed to be a single note in an infinite symphony of light expressing itself in countless forms throughout the cosmos. In this state of universal illumination, Lysander experienced the truth that mystics throughout history had pointed toward, but which could never be fully expressed in words. He was both utterly individual and completely universal, both perfectly himself and entirely everything else. The paradox resolved itself not through logic, but through direct experience. He simply was what he was, and what he was infinite light playing at being finite form. The pool of liquid light seemed to carry him deeper into this understanding with each moment. He felt himself becoming one with the light that had shone at the moment of creation, the primordial radiance from which all existence had emerged. He was the light of every sunrise that had ever painted the sky, every star that had ever guided travelers home, every candle that had ever offered comfort in darkness. As this cosmic illumination reached its peak, Lysander began to understand why his pilgrimage had been necessary, not because he had been lacking something that he needed to find, but because he had needed to remember what he had always been. The journey through the sanctuary, the grove, the healing springs, and now the crystal caves had not added anything to his essential nature, but had simply removed the veils that had hidden his true identity from himself. When he finally stepped out of the pool of liquid light, Lysander felt that he had been fundamentally transformed at the deepest levels of his being. He was still recognizably himself, but he was also something infinitely more. He carried within his consciousness the direct experience of being the universal light itself, and this knowledge had become an unshakable part of his identity. The third chamber awaits, Photinos said, its form now appearing even more radiant and translucent than before. This is the chamber of integrated light, where you will learn how to live as light in form, how to express universal illumination through the vehicle of human existence. The third chamber was different from the first two. Instead of being filled with crystals, its walls were lined with mirrors of polished metal that reflected light in infinitely complex patterns. But these were not ordinary mirrors. They seemed to reflect not just physical appearance, but the very essence of being itself. As Lysander looked into them, he saw himself as light taking countless different forms, expressing itself through infinite varieties of experience, while always remaining essentially the same luminous consciousness. In the center of this chamber was a simple meditation cushion placed on a platform of clear crystal. But as Lysander settled onto it, he realized that this was perhaps the most profound station of his entire pilgrimage. Here, he would learn to integrate all that he had experienced, to synthesize the personal and universal aspects of illumination into a unified way of being that could function in the world while never losing touch with its cosmic nature. The challenge, Photinos explained, is not to maintain peak experiences of illumination, but to embody illumination as your natural state, to live as light that has learned to appear as human form while never forgetting its essential nature. As Lysander meditated in the chamber of mirrors, he felt the various aspects of his illumination beginning to integrate and stabilize. The personal light he had discovered in the first chamber, and the universal light he had merged with in the second chamber, began to weave together into a single, stable state of being. He was learning to be both fully human and fully divine, both completely individual and utterly universal. The mirrors around him reflected this integration, showing him countless ways that light could express itself through human form. He saw himself as a teacher, sharing the peace he had found with others who were seeking their way home to their own inner sanctuary. He saw himself as a healer, his very presence carrying the restorative power he had received at the healing springs. He saw himself as a servant, using the wisdom he had gained in the grove to help ease the suffering of all beings. But in every reflection, the essential truth remained the same. He was light playing at being human, consciousness expressing itself through form, while never being limited by that form. This understanding became so deeply integrated into his being that it felt more natural than breathing, more fundamental than thinking. The fourth and final chamber glowed with a light that seemed to contain all the colors and frequencies that had been present in the previous chambers, but synthesized into something even more beautiful and complete. This was the chamber of radiant service, where he would receive the final understanding of how to carry his illumination into the world. This chamber, Photinos said as they entered, exists simultaneously in the heart of this mountain and in the heart of every being who has ever awakened to their true nature. It is the place where personal illumination becomes universal service, where individual awakening becomes a gift to all existence. The chamber was filled with beings of light, not just Photinos, but countless others who had made similar journeys of awakening. Some appeared in forms that suggested they had once been human, others in configurations that spoke of different kinds of consciousness entirely. All radiated the same essential light. All carried within themselves the same peace and wisdom and love that Lysander now embodied. "Welcome to the communion of the illuminated," one of the beings said, its voice like the harmony of crystal bells. "You are no longer just one who has found the light, but one who is destined to help others remember their own luminous nature." In this chamber, Lysander received what could only be called a commission, not in the sense of a burden or obligation, but as the natural expression of what he had become, just as light naturally illuminates whatever it touches. He would naturally serve as a beacon for others who were still seeking their way home, to their own inner sanctuary. He understood that his return to the world would not be an ending, but a beginning. Every person he met would be touched by the light he carried. Every place he visited would be blessed by his presence. Every moment of his life would be an opportunity to serve the awakening of consciousness in countless beings who were ready to remember their own true nature. But this service would not require effort or strain. It would flow as naturally from his being as light flows from the sun, as fragrance flows from a flower, as peace flows from a still lake. He had become a natural force for awakening, and the world would respond to his presence just as flowers respond to sunlight. As his time in the crystal caves drew to a close, Lysander felt the 4 chambers of illumination settling into perfect harmony within his consciousness. The personal light, the universal light, the integrated light, and the radiant service light had become aspects of a single, unified radiance that was now his permanent state of being. Photinos accompanied him to the entrance of the caves, where the ordinary sunlight of the external world seemed pale and dim compared to the radiance he now carried within himself. But as he stepped into that ordinary light, Lysander felt it being transformed by his presence, becoming more luminous, more alive, more conscious. "The caves will always be here," Photinos said, its form beginning to merge with the crystalline formations around the entrance. Not just these physical caves, but the caves of inner light that you now carry within yourself. Whenever you or others need to remember the truth of illumination, simply turn inward to these caves of consciousness, and the light will be there, constant and eternal. As Lysander prepared to continue his journey, the living branch from the grove cradled in his arms, he felt himself to be carrying the most precious gift imaginable. Not just peace or wisdom or healing, but the very light of consciousness itself, integrated into his being so completely that he could never lose it or be separated from it. The path that led away from the crystal caves seemed to glow with anticipation, as if the very earth was eager to receive the blessing of his illuminated presence. Each step would be a gift to the world, each breath a transmission of light, each moment an opportunity to serve the awakening of all beings to their own luminous nature. Behind him, the crystal caves continued to pulse with their eternal light, ready to receive any who were prepared to remember their true nature as beings of pure radiance. And ahead of him stretched a world that was about to be blessed by the presence of one who carried within himself the very light of creation, ready to help others remember that they too were made of the same eternal, indestructible, infinitely beautiful light. The mountain itself seemed to bow in reverence as he departed, and the very air shimmered with the recognition that something sacred was returning to the world, not as a visitor from some distant realm, but as a native son of the earth who had remembered his cosmic heritage and was now ready to help others remember theirs. Chapter 8: The Garden of Infinite Seasons. The path from the crystal caves of inner light led Lysander through a landscape that seemed to respond to his illuminated presence like a symphony, responding to the touch of a master conductor. The very air around him shimmered with a quality of awareness that transformed the ordinary into the miraculous, the mundane into the sacred. Each footstep seemed to awaken the earth beneath him, causing flowers to bloom more vibrantly, grass to grow more lush, and trees to rustle their leaves in what sounded unmistakably like gentle applause. The living branch from the grove of eternal wisdom pulsed with increased vitality in his arms, its leaves growing more luminous as they absorbed the radiance that now flowed naturally from his being. It was as if the branch was preparing itself for some great purpose, gathering energy and light for a moment of destiny that was approaching with each step he took. As the path crested a gentle hill covered with wild olive trees, Lysander paused to catch his breath and survey the landscape before him. What he saw took his breath away completely. Spread out in the valley below was a garden so vast and beautiful that it seemed to encompass entire ecosystems within its boundaries. But this was not just any garden. This was a place where the seasons themselves lived in perfect harmony, where spring and summer, autumn and winter coexisted in a dance of eternal renewal. In one section of the garden, cherry trees bloomed in clouds of pink and white blossoms, their petals falling like snow onto carpets of fresh green grass where lambs played with the innocent joy of new life. In another area, fruit trees heavy with summer's bounty cast shade over pools of crystal clear water, where golden fish swam in lazy circles. A third section glowed with the warm colors of autumn, maples and oaks dressed in robes of scarlet and gold, their fallen leaves creating pathways of natural beauty that seemed to lead toward some hidden mystery. And in the fourth section, winter reigned in serene majesty, not the harsh, barren winter of northern climates, but the peaceful winter of Mediterranean lands, where olive trees stood in silver splendor, and the air carried the clean scent of snow-capped mountains visible in the distance. Each season was perfect in itself, yet all four flowed together in harmony that spoke of the eternal cycle of renewal that governed all existence. At the center of this impossible garden stood a structure that made Lysander's heart skip with recognition and wonder. It was a pavilion built of materials that seemed to shift and change with the seasons around it. Sometimes marble white as fresh snow, sometimes golden as autumn leaves, sometimes green as spring grass, sometimes blue as summer sky. The pavilion's columns were living trees that had been trained to grow in perfect architectural harmony, their branches forming a roof that provided shelter while remaining completely open to sky and light. As Lysander descended into the garden, following a path that seemed to wind through all four seasons in a single journey, he became aware of figures moving among the trees and flowers. These were beings who seemed to embody the essence of each season. Some radiated the fresh vitality of spring, others the mature abundance of summer, still others the wise contentment of autumn or the peaceful depth of winter. They moved through their respective seasons with perfect grace, tending gardens that were already perfect, caring for trees that needed no care, simply expressing through their presence the eternal love that maintained the cycle of renewal. One of these beings approached him as he entered the spring section of the garden. She appeared to be a young woman, but her eyes held the ancient wisdom of countless springs that had come and gone throughout eternity. Her hair was adorned with fresh flowers that seemed to bloom even as he watched, and her dress appeared to be woven from sunlight and morning dew. When she smiled, Lysander felt as though every cell in his body was awakening to new life. "Welcome, bearer of eternal light," she said, her voice like the sound of brooks freed from winter ice, rushing joyfully toward the sea. "I am Anthea, guardian of the eternal spring. We have been preparing for your arrival since the first flower bloomed in this sacred garden. The seasons have been singing your name, and the very earth has been trembling with anticipation of this moment." As she spoke, other seasonal guardians emerged from their respective domains, a magnificent woman whose presence radiated the full power of summer. Her golden hair flowing like wheat in warm breezes, her arms strong and brown from working under the beneficent sun, a wise man whose beard was the color of autumn leaves, whose eyes held the patient satisfaction of harvests gathered, and wisdom earned through years of faithful service, and an elderly woman whose silver hair sparkled like frost in moonlight, whose gentle smile carried the peace of deep winter nights when the world rests in perfect stillness. "I am Thuros," said the summer guardian, her voice warm as honey, rich as fertile soil. "I am Carpos," said the autumn guardian, his voice deep as wine, smooth as aged wood. "And I am Chaman," said the winter guardian, her voice soft as falling snow, quiet as midnight silence. Together, the four seasonal guardians surrounded Lysander with a presence that felt like being embraced by the entire yearly cycle, compressed into a single moment of perfect harmony. He felt spring's irrepressible hope, summer's magnificent abundance, autumn's wise gratitude, and winter's profound peace, all flowing through his awareness simultaneously. "The Garden of Infinite Seasons," Anthea explained, exists in the place where time reveals its true nature, not as a linear progression from past to future, but as an eternal dance of renewal where all possibilities exist simultaneously. Here, you will learn the final secret of the pilgrimage, how to live in time while being free from time, how to participate in the cycles of existence while resting in the eternal now that underlies all change. They led him toward the central pavilion, and as they walked, Lysander marveled at how the path seemed to carry him through the full cycle of seasons without any sense of abrupt transition. Spring gradually became summer, which slowly transformed into autumn, which gently deepened into winter, which naturally blossomed into spring again. Each transition was so smooth, so perfect, that he could experience the eternal continuity that connected all the seasons while still appreciating the unique gifts that each one offered. The pavilion at the garden's center was even more beautiful up close than it had appeared from the hillside above. The living columns that supported its roof were ancient trees whose trunks had been lovingly trained to grow in perfect symmetry, their branches intertwined overhead to form a canopy that provided shelter, while allowing dappled sunlight to create patterns of moving light and shadow on the mosaic floor below. The floor itself was a masterpiece of artistic and spiritual expression. Millions of tiny tiles arranged in patterns that told the story of the eternal cycle of seasons, the dance of death and rebirth that governed all existence, the profound truth that nothing was ever truly lost, but only transformed from one beautiful expression into another. In the center of the pavilion, was a circular area marked by 4 seats arranged around a small fountain. The fountain was fed by 4 streams that flowed from the 4 seasonal sections of the garden, and the water that emerged from the central spout sparkled with all the colors of the rainbow, seeming to contain within itself the essence of all seasons, all weather, all the varieties of water that had ever fallen from sky to earth. "Sit," Carpos invited, gesturing to one of the seats. "Let the wisdom of the seasons flow through you. Let yourself remember that you are not just a being who experiences the cycle of time, but one who participates in the eternal renewal that is the very heartbeat of existence." As Lysander settled onto the seat, he felt the 4 streams of seasonal water converging beneath him, their different energies rising up through the stone to fill his body with the complete spectrum of temporal experience. He felt the eager energy of spring coursing through his veins, the powerful vitality of summer expanding his awareness, the wise contentment of autumn settling into his bones, the peaceful depth of winter calming his very soul. But more than just experiencing the seasons, he began to understand their deeper meaning. Spring was not just about new growth, but about the eternal principle of renewal that operated at every level of existence, the constant birth of new possibilities, new experiences, new opportunities for love and service. Summer was not just about maturity and abundance, but about the principle of manifestation, the way that spiritual energy took form in the physical world, the way that inner light expressed itself as outer radiance. Autumn was not just about harvest and preparation for winter, but about the principle of gratitude and wisdom, the understanding that came from experiencing the full cycle of manifestation, the appreciation for all that had been given and received. And winter was not just about rest and dormancy, but about the principle of return to source, the deep knowing that all manifestation arose from silence and would return to silence, and that this return was not death, but the preparation for even more beautiful expressions of life. As these understandings flowed through him, Lysander felt his relationship with time itself beginning to transform. Instead of experiencing time as a river that carried him from past to future, he began to experience it as a great wheel where all moments existed simultaneously, where every season was eternally present, where past and future were simply different ways of looking at the eternal now. The seasonal guardians took their places on the other 3 seats, and as they did, the fountain in the center began to glow with an inner light that seemed to come from the very heart of time itself. The water that flowed from its spout created music as it fell, not just the simple splash of ordinary water, but a complex symphony that seemed to contain the songs of every season, the music of every weather pattern, the harmony of all temporal cycles throughout the cosmos. Now, Thuros said, her summer voice warm with anticipation, the final gift of the garden can be bestowed. You have learned to find peace, to gain wisdom, to receive healing, to embody light. Now you will learn to dance with time itself, to live in perfect harmony with the eternal cycles that govern all existence. As she spoke, the light from the fountain began to intensify, and Lysander felt himself being lifted out of ordinary time consciousness into something far more vast and beautiful. He was no longer just sitting in the pavilion, but was somehow experiencing all possible moments simultaneously. Every spring that had ever brought new life to the world, every summer that had ever blessed the earth with abundance, every autumn that had ever offered the gifts of wisdom and harvest, every winter that had ever provided the peace of deep rest. He experienced his own life from this expanded temporal perspective, seeing how every moment had been perfect in its own season, how every joy and sorrow had played its necessary part in the great cycle of his soul's evolution. He saw how his pilgrimage to the sanctuary had been not just a single journey, but the culmination of countless lifetimes of seeking, countless cycles of forgetting and remembering his true nature. From this eternal perspective, he understood that the peace he had found was not something he could lose, because it existed outside of time. The wisdom he had gained was not something that could be forgotten, because it was woven into the very fabric of his eternal being. The healing he had received was not temporary, because it had restored him to his timeless nature. The light he embodied was not subject to change, because it was the changeless source from which all change arose. As this ultimate understanding settled into his consciousness, Lysander felt the living branch in his arms beginning to glow with the same light that flowed from the fountain. The branch was responding to his presence in the garden of infinite seasons, preparing to fulfill its destined purpose. The time has come, Chaman said, her winter voice soft with the wisdom of ages, for you to plant the branch and create a new grove of wisdom in the world. But this will not be just any grove. It will be a place where the seasons of the soul can be experienced directly, where others can learn to dance with time as you have learned to dance with time. Anthea rose from her seat and approached Lysander, carrying in her hands a small spade made from crystallized starlight. The earth here, she said, exists in all seasons simultaneously. Whatever you plant here will grow according to the needs of those who seek its shelter, manifesting as spring grove for those who need renewal, summer grove for those who need manifestation, autumn grove for those who need wisdom, winter grove for those who need deep rest. With hands that trembled slightly with the magnitude of what he was about to accomplish, Lysander took the starlight spade and walked to a spot near the fountain where the 4 seasonal streams converged. The earth here was rich beyond description, dark loam that seemed to contain within itself the fertility of all seasons, the accumulated richness of countless cycles of growth and renewal. As he began to dig, the seasonal guardians began to hum a melody that seemed to call forth the very essence of growth itself. The sound was like the music of creation, the song that had been sung when the first seed ever sprouted, the harmony that accompanied every moment of renewal throughout the cosmos. The hole that Lysander dug seemed to glow with its own inner light, as if the earth itself was eager to receive the precious gift of the living branch. When the hole was ready, he gently placed the branch within it, and immediately the earth seemed to embrace it like a mother welcoming home a long-absent child. As he covered the branch with the rich, dark soil, Lysander felt a tremendous surge of energy flowing through the garden. The fountain's light intensified until it was almost blinding. The seasonal guardian's humming reached a crescendo that seemed to make the very air vibrate with creative power, and the earth itself seemed to pulse with the rhythm of new life being born. Before his eyes, the planted branch began to grow with impossible speed. Roots spread deep into the earth that existed in all seasons simultaneously, drawing nourishment from spring rains and summer sunshine, autumn harvest and winter rest. The trunk rose strong and straight, its bark already bearing the marks of great age and wisdom. Branches spread wide, and on those branches, leaves began to appear, not just ordinary leaves, but leaves that seemed to contain within themselves all the beauty of every season. In moments that felt like years, the single branch had grown into a magnificent tree that rivaled the great trees of the grove of eternal wisdom. But this tree was something new, a synthesis of all the gifts that Lysander had received on his pilgrimage, a living embodiment of peace and wisdom and healing and light, all integrated into a single expression of perfect harmony with the eternal cycles of existence. As the tree reached its full growth, something even more miraculous began to happen. Other trees began to appear around it, not growing from seeds, but manifesting directly from the overflow of creative energy that the first tree generated. Soon, a complete grove had formed around the fountain, with paths winding between the trees that led to clearings where others could come to experience the gifts of each season. "It is done," Carpos said, his autumn voice rich with satisfaction. "You have planted not just a tree, but a new sanctuary, a place where the wisdom of the seasons can be shared with all who seek to understand the deeper rhythms of existence." As Lysander stood in the center of the newly formed grove, surrounded by trees that he had helped to create, He felt the completion of something that had begun long before his conscious pilgrimage had started. He had not just found peace and wisdom and healing and light. He had become a creator of sanctuaries, a planter of groves, a guardian of the sacred spaces where others could find their own way home to their true nature. The seasonal guardians gathered around him in a circle, their faces glowing with joy and approval. "Your pilgrimage is complete," Anthea said, "but your service is just beginning. This grove will call to others as the original sanctuary called to you. They will come seeking what you sought, and they will find it here, in this place that exists outside of time, where all seasons are eternal and all possibilities are present." As the sun began to set over the garden of infinite seasons, painting the sky in colors that seemed to contain all the beauty of all sunsets throughout all seasons, Lysander felt a profound sense of completion and anticipation. He had finished one chapter of his eternal journey and was about to begin another. He had received all the gifts that the ancient sanctuary had to offer, and now he was ready to become a giver of those same gifts to others. The grove that he had planted pulsed with the same gentle rhythm as the tree of eternal seasons in the original sanctuary, and he knew that it would stand for countless ages, offering its gifts to countless pilgrims who would find their way to its peaceful shade. And he would be its first guardian, but not its last, for others would come who had completed their own pilgrimages, and they too would choose to serve in this sacred place, where time revealed its true nature as the eternal dance of renewal. As darkness fell over the garden, stars appeared overhead that seemed to pulse in rhythm with the growing trees below. And in their light, Lysander could see the path that would lead him back into the world, not as one who was leaving the sacred behind, but as one who was carrying the sacred with him, ready to transform every place he touched into a reflection of the eternal sanctuary that he now carried within his heart. Chapter 9: The Circle of Eternal Return. The dawn that broke over the garden of infinite seasons was unlike any dawn Lysander had ever witnessed. The light that spread across the sky seemed to carry within itself the accumulated radiance of every sunrise that had ever graced the earth, while simultaneously holding the promise of all the dawns yet to come. As he stood in the grove he had planted, watching the interplay of light and shadow through the leaves of trees that existed in eternal spring, summer, autumn, and winter simultaneously, he felt the weight and wonder of what he had become. No longer was he simply a seeker who had found what he sought. He had become a bridge between the eternal and the temporal, a living sanctuary that could offer to others the same gifts of peace, wisdom, healing, and illumination that had been so freely given to him. The grove around him pulsed with the same gentle rhythm as his own heart. And he understood that there was no separation between himself and this sacred space. Both were expressions of the same divine consciousness that had orchestrated his entire pilgrimage. As the light grew stronger, the seasonal guardians who had remained with him through the night began to fade like morning mist, not disappearing, but rather merging back into the essential energy of the garden itself before they became completely translucent. Each one approached him with a final gift. Anthea, the guardian of eternal spring, pressed into his hand a seed that seemed to contain within itself the potential for infinite renewal. "Plant this wherever hope needs to be reborn," she said, her voice already becoming one with the whisper of wind through new leaves. "It will grow into whatever form of sanctuary is most needed: a tree for shade, a flower for beauty, a fruit for nourishment, a medicine for healing." Thuros, the summer guardian, offered him a small vial filled with what appeared to be liquid sunlight. "Pour this into any water when strength and vitality need to be restored," her warm voice advised. "It carries the power of full manifestation, the energy that transforms potential into reality, dreams into living truth." Carpos, the autumn guardian, gave him a small pouch filled with what looked like grains of golden wheat, but which felt warm with accumulated wisdom. "Share this bread of understanding with any who hunger for meaning," his deep voice counseled. "Each grain contains the harvest of ages, the distilled wisdom of countless cycles of experience." And Chaman, the winter guardian, placed around his neck a pendant made from what appeared to be crystallized silence, a substance that seemed to contain within itself the profound peace of the deepest winter nights. "Wear this when deep rest is needed," her soft voice instructed. "It will remind all who see it that peace is not the absence of activity, but the presence of perfect harmony." As the last of the guardians merged back into the eternal essence of the garden, Lysander felt their gifts settling into his being as naturally as breath settling into lungs. These were not external tools he would need to remember to use, but aspects of his own transformed nature that would express themselves spontaneously whenever the need arose. The path that led away from the garden of infinite seasons appeared before him, but it was not the same path that had brought him to this place. This new path seemed to spiral outward in all directions simultaneously, as if it were not a single route, but an infinite number of routes, each one leading to wherever his service was most needed. He understood that his journey was now guided not by his own seeking, but by the needs of the world itself, which would draw him like a magnet to wherever the gifts he carried could be most beneficial. As he began to walk, Lysander felt the grove behind him settling into its eternal rhythm. Even without turning around, he could sense the trees growing more solid and established with each step he took away from them, as if his departure was allowing them to anchor themselves more firmly in the world so they could serve future pilgrims. The fountain at their center continued to sing its song of seasonal harmony, and he knew that its music would call to others, just as the original sanctuary had called to him. The landscape through which the path led him was familiar yet transformed. These were the same hills and valleys he had traversed on his journey to the sanctuary. But now he saw them with eyes that had been opened to their sacred nature. Every stone was a teacher, every flower a sermon, every breath of wind a blessing. The ordinary world had revealed itself to be saturated with the same divine presence he had encountered in the sanctuary's most sacred chambers. As he walked, Lysander became aware that he was not alone on the path. Other figures moved through the landscape, some walking toward the direction from which he had come. Clearly pilgrims beginning their own journeys toward the sanctuary. Others seemed to be walking paths that paralleled his own. Companions in service who had completed their own transformations and were now returning to the world as bearers of light and peace. One such figure approached him as the morning sun climbed higher in the sky. She was a woman of middle years, whose face held the serene beauty that comes from having touched the depths of peace and returned bearing its gifts. Her simple robes seemed to shimmer with the same quality of light that Lysander now carried within himself, and her eyes held the depth of one who had drunk from the same wells of wisdom he had discovered. "Greetings, brother," she said, her voice carrying the musical quality that seemed to be a natural characteristic of those who had been transformed by their pilgrimage. "I am Helena, and I completed my journey to the sanctuary 7 years ago in the time of the outer world. I have been serving since then as a gardener of souls, helping to prepare others for their own pilgrimage inward." As she spoke, Lysander felt a profound recognition. This woman was not a stranger, but a sister in the great family of those who had awakened to their true nature. The peace that flowed between them needed no words. The understanding they shared required no explanation. They were two expressions of the same divine consciousness, two waves in the same infinite ocean of being. "Where does your path lead?" Helena asked, though her tone suggested she was less interested in geographical destinations than in understanding the particular form of service to which he was being called. "I find myself being drawn toward the places where suffering is greatest," Lysander replied, surprised by the certainty with which he spoke words he had not consciously formulated. "Toward the hearts that have forgotten their own sacred nature, toward the communities that have lost touch with the peace that is their birthright." Helena nodded with deep understanding, Each of us is called to serve according to our unique gifts and the particular qualities we developed during our pilgrimage. I am drawn to work with children, helping them remember the natural wisdom they carry before the world teaches them to forget. Others are called to serve as healers, teachers, artists, or simple presences of peace in the midst of chaotic environments. As they walked together, sharing the easy communion of those who had touched the same source, Helena told him about the network of transformed beings who served as bridges between the sanctuary consciousness and the everyday world. Some maintained physical locations that served as way stations for pilgrims, guest houses where seekers could rest and receive guidance, healing centers where the wounded could be restored, schools where the ancient wisdom could be shared. Others served in less visible but equally important ways as presence holders in hospitals and prisons, as peace bringers in conflict zones, as light carriers in the darkness of despair that sometimes overwhelmed human communities. All were united by the same essential understanding. They were not separate individuals trying to fix a broken world, but expressions of the world's own innate wholeness, helping it remember and return to its true nature. The beautiful truth, Helena said, as their paths began to diverge toward different destinations, is that our service is never a burden because it flows naturally from what we have become. Just as a flower cannot help but be fragrant, we cannot help but be sources of peace and healing wherever we go. The question is never whether we should serve, but simply how our particular form of service will express itself. As they parted ways, Helena embraced him with the warmth of eternal friendship, and Lysander felt in her touch the blessing of the entire network of awakened beings who served as guardians and guides for a world in the process of remembering its own divine nature. He was not alone in his service, but was part of a vast communion of souls who had all drunk from the same wells of peace and were now pouring themselves out as offerings to the thirst of the world. The path continued to lead him through landscapes that grew more populated as he moved away from the sanctuary region. He passed through small villages where people went about their daily activities with the unconscious grace of those who lived close to the earth and its rhythms. Children played in dusty streets, their laughter carrying the same pure joy he had witnessed in the luminous beings of the sanctuary garden. Women drew water from ancient wells, their movements flowing with the same effortless grace he had learned in the chambers of silence. Men tended olive groves and vineyards, their faces marked by the same patient contentment he had discovered in the grove of eternal wisdom. Yet as he walked among these people, Lysander could see that many carried burdens they were not aware of, tensions in their shoulders that spoke of forgotten sorrows. lines around their eyes that revealed accumulated worries, a hurried quality to their movements that suggested they had lost touch with the natural rhythm of peace that was their birthright. They were living their lives on the surface, unaware of the depths of tranquility that lay just beneath the everyday activities that occupied their attention. But as he passed among them, something remarkable began to happen without any conscious effort on his part. The peace he carried seemed to emanate from his being like fragrance from a flower. People who came near him found their shoulders naturally relaxing, their breathing deepening, their faces softening into expressions of unexpected serenity. Children were drawn to him with the instinctive recognition that innocence has for its own kind. Elderly people smiled at him with the knowing look of those who recognized a fellow traveler on the path of wisdom. In one village, he encountered a woman sitting by the roadside, weeping with the particular quality of grief that comes from fresh loss. Without thinking, Lysander found himself sitting beside her, his presence alone seeming to create a space of such safety and compassion that her tears gradually transformed from the harsh sobbing of despair to the gentle flow of healing release. "My husband," she whispered, "passed beyond the veil this morning. 40 years we shared, and now I am alone, and I do not know how to live in a world that no longer contains his smile." Lysander felt the woman's pain as if it were his own, but the empathy did not overwhelm him or diminish his peace. Instead, the pain seemed to flow through the vast spaciousness of his heart and be transformed into something healing, something that honored the love she had shared, while pointing toward the eternal nature of that love. "Love like yours," he heard himself saying, the words arising from the same deep source as the peace he carried, "is never lost. It becomes part of the fabric of existence itself, woven into the very nature of reality. Your husband has not disappeared, but has returned to the source from which all love flows. And because you loved him so completely, you carry within yourself a connection to that source that can never be broken." As he spoke, Lysander found himself placing his hand gently on the woman's shoulder, and through that touch, he felt the healing energy he had received at the sacred springs flowing into her grieving heart, not to take away her grief, for grief was love's way of honoring what had been cherished, but to remind her of the eternal context within which all temporary losses took place. The woman's tears continued to flow, but their quality changed. They became healing tears, cleansing tears, tears that carried away not just the pain of separation, but the illusion of separation itself. In Lysander's presence, she began to remember what every heart knows in its depths, that love is the fundamental reality, and that all apparent losses are simply transformations within the endless dance of love expressing itself throughout eternity. When she finally looked up at him, her eyes held not just gratitude, but recognition. The recognition that he had reminded her of something she had always known, but had temporarily forgotten in the shock of loss. "Thank you," she said simply. But in those two words, Lysander heard the full acknowledgement of the gift that had been given and received. As he continued on his way, leaving the woman surrounded by neighbors who had been drawn by the quality of peace that lingered where healing had taken place, Lysander marveled at what had just occurred. He had not consciously decided to stop and comfort a grieving woman. He had not planned what to say or how to touch her shoulder. Everything had flowed spontaneously from the transformation that had taken place within him, as natural as water flowing downhill or light illuminating whatever it encounters. This, he understood, was how his service would manifest, not as forced acts of charity or carefully planned interventions, but as the natural overflow of the peace and wisdom and healing he had received, like a spring that cannot help but give water to all who approach it. He would offer the gifts of the sanctuary to all who came within the sphere of his presence. In the next village, he found himself drawn to an inn where travelers gathered to rest and share news of the road. The common room was filled with the weary bustle of people who had been traveling too long, carrying too much, pushing too hard in their journey toward destinations that seemed always to remain just out of reach. The air was thick with unspoken frustrations, accumulated fatigue, and the subtle desperation of those who had lost touch with the peace that makes all destinations unnecessary, because it reveals that we are already where we need to be. Lysander found a seat in a corner where he could observe without intruding, and simply sat in the meditation posture that had become as natural to him as breathing. He made no effort to teach or preach or even interact, but simply allowed the deep stillness he carried to radiate into the space around him. Gradually, the atmosphere of the inn began to change. Conversations became less frantic and more thoughtful. Laughter arose more spontaneously and rang with genuine mirth rather than nervous energy. People began to sit more comfortably in their chairs, to breathe more deeply, to look into each other's eyes with renewed appreciation for the miracle of human connection. A merchant who had been loudly complaining about the difficulties of trade found himself growing quiet and contemplative, eventually sharing stories of the beautiful landscapes he had encountered on his travels rather than the obstacles that had challenged him. A young couple who had been bickering about the direction of their journey found themselves holding hands and speaking softly about their dreams for the future. An elderly man who had been sitting alone in obvious loneliness suddenly found himself surrounded by others who were drawn to the stories he began to tell about his long life of adventures. The transformation was so gradual and natural that no one in the inn was consciously aware of what was happening. They simply found themselves feeling more peaceful, more connected, more present to the beauty and goodness that was always available in every moment, but which was so often overlooked in the rush toward somewhere else. When Lysander finally rose to continue his journey, the innkeeper approached him with an expression of puzzled gratitude. "I don't know what it was about your presence," the man said, "but this has been the most peaceful evening my establishment has known in years. People actually seemed to enjoy being here, rather than simply enduring it as a necessary stop on their way to somewhere else." Lysander smiled and placed his hand briefly on the innkeeper's shoulder, feeling the same healing energy flow that had comforted the grieving woman. "Peace is contagious," he said simply. "When one person remembers their true nature, it gives permission for others to remember theirs as well." As he walked out into the star-filled night, Lysander reflected on the profound truth of what he had just experienced. His service was not something he would need to manufacture or force, but something that would happen as naturally as breathing. The sanctuary he had found within himself would create other sanctuaries wherever he went, not physical places necessarily, but spaces of peace within human hearts, moments of grace within ordinary encounters, reminders of the sacred within the mundane details of daily life. The night air was cool and clean, scented with the fragrance of wild herbs and the distant sea. As he walked along a path illuminated by starlight and the gentle radiance that now emanated from his own being, Lysander felt the great circle of his pilgrimage beginning to complete itself. He had sought peace and had become peace. He had sought wisdom and had become wisdom. He had sought healing and had become healing. He had sought light and had become light. But the completion of the circle was not an ending, it was a beginning. For now, he understood that every ending was also a new beginning. Every destination also a new point of departure. Every arrival also the start of a new journey. He had learned to dance with the eternal cycles that governed all existence. And that dance would continue for as long as consciousness itself continued to express through the infinite forms of creation. Ahead of him, the path seemed to glow with infinite possibility. Behind him, he could sense the network of sacred places he had visited settling into their eternal rhythms, ready to serve countless future pilgrims. Around him, the night itself seemed to pulse with the same peaceful awareness he carried within his heart. And within him, the sanctuary he had discovered continued to expand, creating ever-widening circles of peace that would touch every life he encountered, every place he visited, every moment he experienced. He had become what he had always been seeking, a living embodiment of the eternal peace that was the birthright of all beings, a walking reminder that the sacred was not separate from the ordinary, but was the very essence of everything that existed. The circle of eternal return was complete, and the spiral of endless service had begun. With each step he took into the star-filled night, Lysander carried with him the accumulated blessings of the ancient sanctuary, ready to plant seeds of peace in the fertile soil of every heart that was ready to remember its own true nature. Chapter 10: The Dawn of Universal Service. The stars were beginning to fade when Lysander reached the crest of the final hill, before the path descended toward the coastal village, where his pilgrimage had begun so many transformations ago. From this vantage point, he could see the Mediterranean stretching away toward the horizon, its dark waters touched with the first hints of pearl and gold that announced the approach of dawn. The sight filled him with a profound sense of completion and anticipation. Completion of the inward journey that had brought him to the sanctuary of his own true nature, and anticipation of the outward journey of service that was about to begin. As he stood watching the gradual transformation of night into day, Lysander felt the accumulated gifts of his pilgrimage settling into their final configuration within his being. The peace from the sanctuary, the wisdom from the grove, the healing from the springs, the illumination from the crystal caves, the temporal freedom from the garden of infinite seasons, all had merged into a single, unified state of consciousness that was both utterly natural and completely miraculous. He was no longer the restless seeker who had heard the call of ancient stones and followed it without understanding where it would lead. He had become something far more beautiful and useful, a human being who had remembered his divine nature and learned to express that nature as service to all life. The transformation was so complete that it felt as though he had always been this way, as though the seeking and finding had been a dream from which he had awakened to discover his eternal identity. As the first rays of the sun painted the eastern sky in shades of rose and gold, Lysander noticed figures emerging from the pre-dawn shadows, other travelers who were making their way along the ancient paths that crisscrossed this sacred landscape. Some were clearly pilgrims beginning their own journeys toward the sanctuary, their faces marked by the particular mixture of hope and uncertainty that characterized those who had heard the call, but did not yet know what answering it would require. Others were like himself, transformed beings returning from their own encounters with the sacred, carrying within themselves the same gifts of peace and wisdom and healing that he now embodied. As they passed each other on the paths, These awakened ones acknowledged each other with the subtle recognition that needed no words: a slight bow, a gentle smile, the meeting of eyes that had seen beyond the veil of ordinary consciousness. But it was a third group of travelers that drew Lysander's particular attention. These were people who appeared to be engaged in the ordinary business of life: merchants heading to market, fishermen returning from night voyages, farmers beginning their daily rounds. Yet, as he observed them more closely, he could see that they too carried something of the sacred within their apparently mundane activities. The merchants moved with a grace that spoke of understanding the spiritual dimensions of exchange. The fishermen worked with a reverence that honored the sea as a living, conscious entity deserving of respect and gratitude. The farmers tended their crops with the knowledge that they were participating in the sacred partnership between human consciousness and the earth's abundant creativity. These were people who had found ways to integrate the sacred into ordinary life without needing to withdraw from the world into special sanctuaries or adopt unusual lifestyles. They had discovered the secret that Lysander now understood in his own depths: that every activity could become a form of prayer, every interaction an opportunity for service, every moment a chance to express the divine nature that was the true identity of all beings. As the sun climbed higher and the light grew stronger, the village below began to stir with the gentle activity of people beginning their day. Smoke rose from chimneys as fires were kindled to prepare morning meals. Doors opened as shopkeepers prepared their establishments for the day's commerce. Children emerged to play in the warming air, their voices carrying upward like musical offerings to the brightening sky. But there was something different about the quality of activity in this village. Something that spoke of a community that had been touched by the transformative power radiating from the sanctuary hidden in the hills above. The movements of the people had a grace and unhurried quality that suggested they had not forgotten their connection to the deeper rhythms of existence. Their voices carried kindness and genuine care for one another. Even from a distance, Lysander could sense the atmosphere of peace and mutual support that permeated the community. This, he realized, was what happened when enough transformed beings returned to serve in the world. Their individual awakenings began to create a collective awakening. Their personal peace began to generate community peace. Their individual remembrance of the sacred began to help entire populations remember their own divine nature. The sanctuary in the hills was not separate from the village below, but was connected to it by an invisible network of light and love that carried the gifts of spiritual awakening into every corner of ordinary life. as Lysander began his descent toward the village. He was joined by a figure he had not noticed approaching, an elderly man whose presence radiated such profound serenity that the very air around him seemed to shimmer with peace. This was not the translucent, otherworldly presence of the beings he had encountered in the sanctuary, but the solid, earthy peace of someone who had successfully integrated the transcendent and the ordinary into a unified way of being. "Good morning, brother," the man said, his voice carrying the depth and resonance of one who had learned to speak from the silence. "I am Benedictus, and I have been waiting for you here on this hill for 3 days, knowing that the time of your return was approaching." Lysander felt no surprise at this greeting, understanding now that the network of awakened consciousness operated according to principles that transcended the limitations of ordinary time and space. Those who had touched the source carried within themselves a natural attunement to the movements of spirit that made such synchronicities not miraculous, but normal. "I have come to welcome you to the next phase of your service," Benedictus continued as they walked together down the hillside path. "For while your pilgrimage to the sanctuary has ended, your pilgrimage in the world is just beginning. You have received the gifts of peace and wisdom and healing and light. And now you must learn how to share those gifts in ways that serve the greatest good of all beings." As they walked, Benedictus explained that he had completed his own pilgrimage to the sanctuary many years earlier, and had since dedicated his life to serving as a bridge between the transformed consciousness and the everyday world. He maintained a simple dwelling in the village below, where seekers could find guidance and refreshment, where the wounded could receive healing, where anyone who was ready could be prepared for their own journey to the sanctuary. "The beautiful truth," Benedictus said as they approached the outskirts of the village, "is that service is not a burden we take on after our awakening, but the natural expression of our awakened nature. Just as the sun cannot help but shine, and the flower cannot help but be fragrant, we cannot help but serve once we have remembered who we truly are." The village street they entered was paved with ancient stones worn smooth by countless feet, and lined with simple white houses that seemed to glow in the morning light. Gardens bloomed with abundant flowers and herbs, their fragrances filling the air with natural perfume. People moved about their daily activities with unhurried grace, greeting each other with genuine warmth, and welcoming the two travelers with the easy hospitality that characterized communities where the sacred had not been forgotten. Benedictus led him to a modest house at the end of a quiet street, its walls covered with climbing vines, heavy with grapes and jasmine. The garden that surrounded it was a masterpiece of both beauty and utility. with vegetables and herbs growing alongside flowers in patterns that seemed designed by nature herself. A small fountain in the center created music as water flowed over stones worn smooth by time. And the entire space radiated the same quality of peace that Lysander had experienced in the sanctuary gardens. "This is where I serve," Benedictus said, gesturing to the simple but beautiful dwelling. "And this is where you are welcome to stay for as long as you need to understand how your own service will unfold. For while we all carry the same essential gifts of the sanctuary, each of us expresses those gifts in unique ways according to our particular nature and the specific needs of the world around us." As they sat in the garden, sharing simple bread and fruit, while the morning sun climbed toward its zenith, Benedictus told Lysander about the many different forms that service could take. Some awakened beings were called to maintain physical places of refuge and teaching like his own. Others were drawn to travel, carrying the gifts of peace to communities that had lost touch with their own sacred nature. Still others served in less visible but equally important ways, as healers working in hospitals, as teachers in schools, as simple presences of kindness in whatever circumstances life brought them. The key, Benedictus explained, is to remain receptive to the guidance that arises from within. Your service will not be something you have to figure out with your mind, but something that will emerge naturally from the depths of your being as you remain open to the needs of the world around you. As if to illustrate his words, a woman appeared at the garden gate, her face marked by the particular quality of suffering that comes from carrying burdens too heavy for one person to bear alone. Without hesitation, Benedictus rose and welcomed her into the garden, offering her a seat by the fountain and a cup of water drawn from a well that seemed to possess the same healing properties as the sacred springs Lysander had experienced. "Tell us what brings you here," Benedictus said gently, and in his voice was such compassion and understanding that the woman immediately began to speak of troubles she had clearly been carrying in isolation for far too long. As Lysander listened to her story of family discord, financial worry, and the deep exhaustion that comes from struggling against circumstances that seem beyond one's power to change, he felt the gifts he carried beginning to stir in response to her need. Without conscious effort, his presence began to radiate the same healing energy that had transformed the grieving woman and the restless travelers in the inn. But more than that, insights began to arise in his awareness, not clever solutions imposed from outside, but wisdom that emerged from the depths of understanding he had gained during his pilgrimage. He found himself seeing beyond the surface circumstances of the woman's troubles to the deeper patterns that were creating them. And from that deeper seeing, possibilities for healing and transformation became visible. Your troubles, he heard himself saying, are like clouds that seem to block the sun, but cannot actually diminish its light. The peace you seek is not something you must create, but something you must remember. Not something that depends on changing your circumstances, but something that allows your circumstances to be transformed by being seen in the light of truth. As he spoke, Lysander felt the sanctuary within himself opening to receive this woman's pain and transform it into something healing. Not by taking away her difficulties, but by helping her remember the strength and wisdom and peace that existed within her own, being qualities that could handle any circumstance with grace. Once they were recognized and accessed, the conversation continued for some time, with both Benedictus and Lysander offering the gifts of their awakened consciousness to help the woman reconnect with her own inner resources. By the time she rose to leave, her face had transformed from the tight mask of desperation she had worn when she arrived to the soft radiance of someone who had remembered her own divine nature. This is how it happens, Benedictus said as they watched her walk away with a lightness of step that had been completely absent when she arrived. One person at a time, one moment at a time, the light of awakened consciousness spreads through the world like ripples spreading across a still pond. As the afternoon progressed, other visitors came to the garden, some seeking specific help with particular problems, others simply drawn by the quality of peace that emanated from the space. Children came to play by the fountain, somehow sensing that this was a place where their natural joy would be welcomed and celebrated. Elderly people came to sit in the shade and share stories, finding in the garden's atmosphere a reflection of the wisdom they had accumulated through long years of experience. Each visitor was received with the same quality of loving attention. Each interaction became an opportunity for the gifts of the sanctuary to be shared. Each conversation helped to weave another thread in the tapestry of awakening that was gradually transforming the entire community. As evening approached and the last visitors departed, Lysander found himself sitting by the fountain with Benedictus, watching the stars appear in the darkening sky. The simple day of service had been more fulfilling than any of the complex achievements he had once thought necessary for a meaningful life. He had not solved any dramatic problems or performed any miraculous healings, but he had participated in the gentle, ongoing miracle of consciousness, recognizing itself in countless forms and celebrating that recognition through acts of love and service. Tomorrow, Benedictus said as they prepared to rest, you will begin to feel the particular direction of your own calling. It may lead you to stay here and help me maintain this place of refuge. It may call you to travel to communities that need the gifts you carry. It may draw you to create something entirely new that serves the awakening of consciousness in ways we have not yet imagined. Whatever form it takes, he continued, your service will be perfect because it will arise from the perfection of your own awakened nature. And through your service, the circle will continue to expand, touching more and more lives, until eventually the entire world remembers what it has temporarily forgotten. That peace is not just possible, but is our natural state. That wisdom is not rare, but is our birthright. That healing is not miraculous, but is the normal functioning of beings who remember their divine nature. As Lysander settled into the simple room that Benedictus had prepared for him, he felt the accumulated peace of his pilgrimage settling into its permanent home. Within his consciousness, the seeking phase of his journey was complete, and the serving phase was about to begin. He had found the sanctuary he had been seeking, and now he had become a sanctuary for others who were still finding their way home to their own true nature. Outside his window, the Mediterranean whispered its eternal songs against the shore, and in the hills above, the ancient sanctuary continued its patient vigil, ready to receive the next wave of pilgrims who would hear its call and follow the path that led from seeking to finding, from finding to serving, from serving to the recognition that all beings were already what they had always been seeking to become. The dawn of universal service had begun, and Lysander slept peacefully, knowing that he had become what he was meant to be, a living bridge between the eternal and the temporal, a reminder to all who encountered him that the peace they sought was not distant, but was their very own nature, waiting patiently to be remembered and expressed through lives dedicated to love and service. Chapter 11, Epilogue, the Eternal Sanctuary. Years had passed since Lysander first heard the call of ancient stones and followed the winding path to the sanctuary hidden in the hills above the Mediterranean. Years of service that had carried him to communities throughout the region, bringing the gifts of peace and wisdom and healing to countless souls who had forgotten their own divine nature. Years of gentle ministry that had helped transform not just individuals, but entire villages, creating ripples of awakening that spread ever outward, like light dispersing the shadows of forgetfulness. Now, on this particular evening, as autumn painted the hillsides in shades of gold and crimson, Lysander found himself once again walking the familiar path toward the sanctuary. But this time, he was not alone, and he was not seeking something for himself. Behind him walked a small group of pilgrims, men and women whose hearts had been stirred by the same call that had once drawn him away from the ordinary concerns of daily life toward the extraordinary discovery of his own true nature. There was Maria, a young mother whose love for her children had awakened in her a longing for the kind of peace that could be transmitted not through words, but through presence itself. There was Dmitri, an elderly fisherman whose years of watching sunrise and sunset over the eternal sea had prepared him to recognize the eternal nature within himself. There was Sophia, a teacher whose work with young minds had shown her that wisdom was not something to be acquired, but something to be remembered and expressed. Each of these pilgrims carried within their hearts the same mixture of hope and uncertainty, yearning and faith that Lysander remembered from his own journey to the sanctuary. Each had heard the call in their own way, through a dream that lingered long after waking, through a moment of unexpected peace that hinted at vast depths of tranquility, through an inexplicable knowing that there was more to existence than the surface activities that occupied most people's attention. As they walked together through the olive groves that surrounded the sanctuary, Lysander felt the profound satisfaction that comes from completing a circle. He had been called to the sanctuary as a seeker, had received its gifts as a student, had returned to the world as a servant, and now had come full circle to serve as a guide for others making the same journey. The roles had changed, but the essential movement remained the same: consciousness calling to itself, awakening itself, celebrating itself through the endless variety of forms in which it appeared. The pilgrims behind him walked in the natural silence that comes to those who sense they are approaching something sacred. The very air around the sanctuary seemed to carry a quality of attention that hushed unnecessary speech and encouraged the kind of deep listening that was the beginning of all genuine spiritual transformation. Birds sang their evening songs with unusual clarity. Flowers released their fragrances with particular intensity, and the light itself seemed to glow with a quality of presence that prepared the heart for revelation. As they crested the final hill and the sanctuary came into view, its marble columns catching the last rays of sunlight, its gardens pulsing with the gentle rhythms of eternal peace, Lysander heard behind him the soft intakes of breath that marked the moment when seekers first glimpsed their destination. It was a sound he had learned to treasure, the audible expression of souls recognizing their spiritual home even before their minds could fully comprehend what they were seeing. "Is it real?" whispered Maria, voicing the question that arose in every pilgrim's heart upon first seeing the sanctuary. Can such a place actually exist in our world? Lysander smiled, remembering asking Althea the very same question when he had first encountered the Garden of Whispered Memories. "It is as real as your longing for peace," he replied. as real as your love for your children, as real as the deepest truth you have ever known about yourself. The sanctuary exists because consciousness itself exists, because peace is not an impossibility, but the very foundation of all existence. As they descended toward the temple, passing through the same groves of ancient olive trees that had welcomed Lysander so many years before, he shared with his companions the understanding that had gradually dawned in him during his years of service. The sanctuary was not just a place, but a state of consciousness, not just a destination, but a quality of awareness that could be cultivated and sustained regardless of external circumstances. You will find here, he told them, not something foreign that must be imposed upon your nature, but the recognition of what you have always been. The peace you will discover is not new, but is the peace you knew before you learned to be anxious. The wisdom you will receive is not acquired, but is the wisdom that has always been whispering in the depths of your heart. The healing you will experience is not magical, but is the natural functioning of a being who remembers their wholeness. As they approached the temple steps, the same steps Lysander had climbed with such reverence and anticipation so long ago, he felt the presence of all those who had guided him during his own pilgrimage. Althea was there, her eternal wisdom still tending the gardens of memory. The seasonal guardians were there, their cyclical presence maintaining the eternal dance of renewal. The keepers of wisdom were there, their accumulated understanding available to any who approached with sincere hearts. But more than that, he felt the presence of all the pilgrims who had ever made this journey, the countless souls who had heard the call of the ancient stones and followed it to the discovery of their own essential nature. Their accumulated peace had become part of the sanctuary itself. Their collective wisdom had enriched its teachings. Their shared joy had added to the radiance that drew new seekers from across the region and beyond. At the foot of the temple steps, Lysander turned to address his small group of pilgrims one final time before they began their individual journeys through the sanctuary's mysteries. What you are about to experience, he said, belongs not just to you, but to all beings everywhere who long for peace. The gifts you will receive are not private possessions, but are meant to be shared with everyone whose life you touch. You are not just seeking your own awakening, but are serving the awakening of consciousness itself. As the pilgrims began to climb the temple steps, each one drawn to enter the sacred space at their own pace and in their own way, Lysander remained for a moment at the base of the temple, offering a prayer of gratitude for the incomprehensible grace that had allowed him to serve as a bridge between the seeking and the finding. The sun was setting now, painting the marble columns in shades of rose and gold, and the first stars were beginning to appear in the darkening sky. the sanctuary settled into its evening rhythm, its pools of water reflecting the emerging starlight, its gardens releasing the concentrated fragrances of night-blooming flowers, its very stones humming with the accumulated peace of ages. Lysander knew that he would spend the night in the sanctuary, not as a pilgrim seeking something for himself, but as a guardian ensuring that these new seekers felt welcomed and supported during their first encounter with the sacred. In the morning, he would guide them to the various chambers and gardens where they could receive the specific gifts their souls needed, sharing with them the understanding he had gained through his own journey and his years of service. But eventually, they would complete their own transformations and return to the world as he had done, carrying within themselves the same gifts of peace and wisdom and healing and light that he now embodied. And some of them would hear the call to serve as guides for future pilgrims, just as he had been called to serve, ensuring that the circle of awakening would continue to expand until it encompassed all beings everywhere. As he climbed the temple steps to begin his night of guardian service, Lysander felt the profound satisfaction that comes from participating in something infinitely larger than one's individual existence. He was not just Lysander serving a few pilgrims, but consciousness itself serving its own awakening, peace itself creating more peace, love itself expressing its unlimited nature through the vehicle of human service. The temple welcomed him with the same embrace it had offered when he was a seeker. But now, he experienced that welcome not as something received, but as something he helped to create through his own awakened presence. He had become part of the sanctuary, and the sanctuary had become part of him. And together, they would continue to serve the endless stream of souls who heard the call of their own true nature and had the courage to answer it. Above him, the stars shone with the light of pure consciousness, and below him, the earth pulsed with the patient love that supported all forms of life. Around him, the sanctuary breathed with the rhythm of eternal peace, and within him, the gifts of his pilgrimage continued to flow in service to all beings who sought to remember their own divine nature. The eternal sanctuary was not just a place in the hills above the Mediterranean, but was the very heart of existence itself, the place where all seeking found its fulfillment, where all service found its source, where all beings could come to remember that they had never been separate from the peace they sought, because they were that peace, expressing itself through the beautiful diversity of creation. And in that recognition, in that perfect understanding of the unity that underlay all apparent diversity, the circle was complete and eternal, ending where it began and beginning where it ended, in the recognition that all beings were already home in the sanctuary of their own true nature, and that the journey was simply the joyful discovery of what had always been true. The night deepened around the ancient sanctuary, and peace flowed like an inexhaustible spring from its sacred heart, blessing all beings everywhere with the remembrance of their own eternal nature. And in that blessing, all seeking found its rest, all finding found its purpose, and all existence revealed itself to be nothing other than consciousness, celebrating its own infinite nature through the endless dance of awakening. The ancient stones continued their patient service. The olive groves continued their gentle witness, and the sanctuary continued its eternal offering of peace to all who had the wisdom to accept what was freely given, the recognition that they were already and had always been everything they had ever sought to become. In the deep silence of the sacred night, Lysander began his service as guardian, and the pilgrims began their journey toward the discovery of their own true nature. And the eternal sanctuary continued its endless service to the awakening of all consciousness everywhere, throughout all time, in the recognition that there was nowhere to go and nothing to seek, because everything was already here, already perfect, already at peace, in the eternal sanctuary of being itself.